If it can go wrong, it's gonna go wrong today. Um, my internet all of a sudden has decided that I don't want to work, so we're gonna start me with my large, whatever blurry head uh, is going on here, and with my iPhone, and it looks like we may have just got my iPad up and running. So bear with me as I try to do all of this funky stuff, okay? I'm going to try to switch over to my iPad and get a little bit better picture while the internet is doing whatever the hell the internet is doing. So, but anyway, welcome to the Community Pay It Forward 24 or 22 hours of community mission to save our veterans.
Born into a real fight wasn't right. Where can she dream here?
Okay, so once again, we've got a little bit of a problem. I have no internet. I don't know if it's going through an update. I don't know what it's doing, but we're going to get started on my iPhone, blurry head and all, because I don't understand iPhones. I really don't. My wonderful son Justice loves these things. Um, me, not so much, but that is fine. So, um, I want to get started by letting you know there are so many people that I need to thank. This year, we are starting out in a position where, guess what? This is where I wanted to be in, 26 or uh, even later. And we're doing some great things. You have a chance to win a trip for two to Cancun or a trip for four if you have two children under the age of 12. All you have to do is right now tag four of your friends and one nonprofit. And every time you do that, you get an entry to drawing when I draw at 50 or at 10 minutes till at the top of the or 10 minutes till the top of the hour, the last hour of the show. I'm sorry, this whole no internet thing has really got me screwed up. I had it. I mean, you should have seen it. It was the perfect start, the perfect beginning, and now all of a sudden it's no longer perfect. No, I'm not going to say it was perfect. It was better than this, though. So I am still trying to move over to my iPad. So bear with me again. I am so sorry about this. Comcast, you are not my favorite people in the world. That's for darn sure. So, but once again, tag four of your friends, and the way you do that is you put your little at symbol, and then you start typing out their name. When you see their icon pop up, press on their name. Tag four of your friends and one nonprofit that you love to support. The reason why we're doing this is very simple. Our friends at Sharing the Credit, Mr. Will Black, has donated this trip for two. And we want to make sure that, first off, we get as many eyes on our mission as we possibly can. Our goal, of course, is to reach out to the people who need a suggestion, who need a little bit of comfort in this time, and maybe are looking for a specific time of healing, type of healing, that they haven't heard of before. And that's where our wonderful guests pop in today. We have so many guests lined up. I mean, it is, again, I'm we're going to be starting here in just a little bit with a great friend of mine. Please don't tell him I said that. A great friend of mine, the Red, Sean Winnington. He and I'm his monkey, or his button monkey, every Friday for his paranormal show. And he starred in the Travel Channel's Legion of Exorcists. One thing about Sean, he is also donated to our silent auction. You can get a copy, an autographed copy of both of his books in our silent auction. Okay, so Sean was kind enough to donate one of each of his first two books, and he's probably working on his third, which means we ought to see it in about the year 2027. Maybe 28. I'll give him a little bit of time to get it done. But Sean is um, is on his way to becoming a uh, Catholic priest. Um, so he just passed all the courses, and we'll get into that when he comes on, because I don't know the exact names of everything and what's happened, but I know that he is well on his way to living, and I love this. He's well on his way to living his mother's vision for him. But yeah, Sean and I on his show, he talks to so many guests about so many different things. One of his guests is the lovely Dr. Joy Pugh, who has also donated two books, Beast Mark, End of Days, that you can get at the uh, at the at the Give Butter auction, which is going on live right now. So please bid on these books and help us out. Every bid goes directly to the 9 organizations that we are working with. We have 9 non not all of them are nonprofits, but we've got 9 organizations that deal with veterans in many different aspects. Uh, when it comes to mental health and mental difficulties. Look, here is one of the reasons why we're doing this, and I want to make this very clear. In the 1940s, our soldiers, our heroes, when they came home, a lot of them struggled with was what was called shell shock. This happened through Korea. This happened through Vietnam. Well, we've got a name for it now. It's called PTSD. We do realize the medical field does realize that this is a clinical problem. You hear all the time that we've taken these giant steps in healing, yet our suicide numbers are through the roof. They're ridiculous. And one of my biggest fears has always been that we will talk about a form of treatment for certain heroes that are going to work for certain heroes, but it's not going to work for everyone. So our mission is very simple. We want to come up and talk about every possible solution there is. Sean is a perfect person to get started with when he comes on here in about 20 minutes or so. Sean's a perfect person to get started when it comes to the healing of religion. Um, Caroline Williams, who with For My Card, another great sponsor, is going to be talking with us here in a little bit about the importance of religion in people's lives. And the disservice we do to certain people by doubting their feelings, by naysaying what they believe. Look, we don't have the right to say what works for someone else is a bad thing. You don't have to believe in a religious teaching if you choose not to. There's no reason that you have to believe in it. But what you should really believe in is there's power in the way someone else believes it. There are other people out there who do believe wholeheartedly, and where religion may be a perfect thing for you, it may not be for me. That's not a bad thing, folks. It's not a bad thing at all. Let's make this deal with each other. Let's make this deal with our heroes out there. Let's make this deal with your neighbor. You find the way that you heal best, and I will find the way. Oh no, that's terrible to hear. I may have to switch microphones as yeah, having problems with the internet again. So I'm going to try to do something and change the microphone. So again, please bear with me. Okay, hopefully the audio is going to be a little bit better. I did just change again, trying to work this through my iPhone. So Sean, thank you very much for that. And Sean, you know what? I'm going to do this now. I'm going to go on ahead and bring you on now because I would really like you to help me with this question. How are you doing this morning, brother?
I'm doing good, man. How are you? And you've got this angelic glow coming off the top of your head. I don't know if that's a special effect.
You know, it is, and I don't know how to get rid of it, Sean. I really
Oh,
don't. I don't
I
know.
kind of like it.
Yeah,
We'll,
well,
we'll just we'll just mark it off as, you know what's funny? We'll mark it off as a special effect. And it
yeah,
kind of goes with the two, like day before yesterday and yesterday I promoted your show tonight a little bit. And I already got two fan letters, two fan questions to bring up, and that kind of fits in. The whole special effect thing kind of fits in with with the audio, and the special effect thing kind of fits in with one of the questions. So we can, whenever you want to get to fan questions, we can do that too.
yeah. That we might as well here in just a minute. But let me ask this. Please explain to everyone what you just went through, the training you just went through, and what is going to be happening here in the next couple days. What's the progression? What's the next step on what you're doing, and what does that mean for you professionally?
Well, everybody that knows me, and this will, this is, they already know all of this, but for all of those out there that don't know, many years ago I was ordained an exorcist through the American Association of Exorcists and Agape Christian University. And so many years later, that show that I was on, Eli Roth Presents the Legion of Exorcists, it just basically came out. This is like before the pandemic, even. And I know the show didn't air till last year. So it took a long time to get that show to the air, but it just kind of landed in my lap out of nowhere. Um, the producer had reached out to a friend of mine who's an author of all things and asked her if she knew of any, told her they were doing developing a TV series about demonic possession and exorcism, and they asked her if she knew any legitimate exorcists that might be interested in being involved in the project. She said the only name she could think of was mine, so she passed that on. And so the rest is all history. It basically landed in my lap, and I wondered why. There's so many. I know so many people, mentors of mine, for one, and so many other people that have been in this field for, you know, 10 times longer than I have, that, their body of work in this field of deliverance ministry is far, more impressive than my body of work is. So I wondered and struggled with why did this get landed in my lap? So here we are. We're in LA for 2 weeks filming, and the cast was great, and I loved everybody. And after the 2 weeks, it's either a lunch break or at the end of the day. I don't remember which. I'm relaxing in my trailer, and one of the cast members, Bishop James Long of the United States Old Catholic Church, comes walking in the trailer. And he says, do you mind if I have a word with you? And he's got this interesting grin on his face. And I'm like, yeah, sure, James, what's going on, brother? He goes, I just wanted you to know that you have a pure heart, and I think you would make a great priest. Have you ever thought about being a priest? And I didn't say anything to him at the time, but I had a flashback immediately of, I was baptized Catholic, also confirmed in the Catholic Church. My mother, when I was young, used to always ask me, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I would always say, a dumb kid, I would always say things like, Spider-Man, or a professional football player, or a cop, or a fireman, whatever. And she said, I think you should be a priest. And I always thought my whole life, and that wasn't the first time that she said that to me. And I thought that was the funniest thing. But here he starts telling me, if you're interested, you don't have to answer me now. Get home, think it over, talk to your wife about it. And if you're interested in joining the seminary and becoming an ordained priest in the United States Old Catholic Church, I'll try to make that happen for you. I can get you in front of the Council of Bishops for an interview, and yada yada yada. I didn't tell him that at the time. I waited a little while before I told him that. But it was just me and him in the trailer. As he was telling me this
is a great story.
I saw my mother's face on his face, and it was her voice coming out of his mouth. And I knew right then that was why I got that gig. And, I didn't tell him at the time, but I mean, it was a no-brainer. I already knew the answer was going to be yes. And when I told my wife what had happened, she said, oh, absolutely. So then I reached out to him, and the rest is history. So I entered the seminary. Who enters the seminary in their 60s? I did. And it was, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's hard. A lot of studying, 24/7 studying. Tests, quiz, tests, oral boards, if you will, a lot of, but if you're being called to it, it's a wondrous experience. It can be stressful at times because you just, what's at stake, and you're being called to this, and you don't want to, of all people, let God down. But of course, you also don't want to let your bishop down, and your other deacons and priests that are helping you along in your formation. So it's hard, but if you're called to it at the same time that it's hard, it's a wondrous experience. So if if my bishop sees this and I'm wrong, he'll let me know. I assume that now that I was ordained last November in Indiana to the diaconate. I'm a deacon now, and I'm going to be spending St. Patrick's Day weekend, this coming up March 14th through the 17th in Columbia. Actually, I got it right here. Todd Hall Retreat Center in Columbia, Illinois, where I will be ordained to the priesthood and also take my permanent vows as a full brother in the Benedictine order of Saint Benedict. So I don't know if I'm still considered a seminarian or if I'm still in the seminary after that happens. Um, I don't know. I know that there's many studies to come. Probably for me, being a member of the Society of Saint Benedict and already, being an exorcist, probably will delve further and deeper into the theology of demonology and demonology course in the United States Old Catholic Church, and probably continue that training and continue doing that stuff. But that's what's going to happen for me now. Here's another pretty amazing thing. We were supposed to not do this. We got done with this last retreat in last November. We weren't supposed to get together again for the priesthood ordinations till fall of 24 or perhaps even spring of 25. So myself and the other two deacons that are also going to be ordained to the priesthood that weekend, I guess we have come along a lot faster than we had anticipated, and have done well in seminary. So Bishop Long bumped it up, and we were going to get together in the spring or early summer of this year. Well, when they started reaching out for the dates, I forget what the original dates were. He wanted us all to get together. They were all, this retreat center was all booked up. And then they threw some dates at him. If you want to move this up a few weeks, these are some other dates we have for you. And nobody knows this about me. And I don't even know if I've told you this. I was baptized under St. Patrick as my guardian angel and my guardian saint. And many years later, I was also confirmed in the Catholic Church under St. Patrick as my guardian saint. So here we go. I get hit with these dates. Everything's been moved up. Study real hard, make sure you're ready, but we're going to be going March 14th through the 17th. It was like, fireworks went off in my office because that date, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, I've got that, yeah.
Yeah.
I knew right then this was meant to be. And then just a few days later, I believe it's Thursday of that week, the following week, the church celebrates the life and death of St. Benedict. And I'm taking my permanent vows into the Order of St. Benedict also that weekend. So it just, there's things, there's forces and powers somewhere orchestrating this whole thing. It's not even me or them. It's all being orchestrated. And then I came back and told them all about that, and they were pretty much all like this. So it's just a pretty amazing thing. So that's what's happening to me, and it's an exciting time right now. I don't know what I will get my holy orders, and I don't know what those will be until the time I'm given them. I don't know if I'll start a physical parish out here, get a brick and mortar location, and actually start a parish, or if I'll have an online ministry, or I'm not sure what my holy orders will be, and I'll have to cross that bridge when I get to them. So that's what's going to be. And now, having said that, I'm just a hardworking blue collar guy. I say I survive from paycheck to paycheck, but it's not my paycheck. My wife's the only one that works.
Right.
I'm retired. But it's been quite a financial burden to get to this retreat. So if anybody would like to try and help a seminarian get to the priesthood, you can go to my website and donate there. And anybody that donates to try and help me get there and help me out with that and support me, I send them a really nice thank you gift for that. And you can just go to www.ghost-b-gone.biz, and there's the donate button there, and you can say that it is a donation. You're not buying one of the books or enrolling in my course or anything, or making an appointment to speak with me. You're just donating, and that will come on the receipt to me, and I'll know that that's what that is for. But anything else you might want to purchase on the website, my books, or my course that I offer, my online course, or make an appointment to speak with me about your spiritual issues, part of the proceeds of everything that is purchased on that website goes to support stjude.org, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, Nevada, and the ASPCA. So you get to help some of the neediest children on the planet and the animals too. And I think that's about it. That's about my story. I'm still
You
getting
know,
ham. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
oh yeah, they've got an interesting documentary coming out, and I was wondering if you knew anything about it on CNN this Sunday about Sin City, so about the life and history of Las Vegas.
I'll have
I'm
to
really
check
kind
that
of
out.
yeah, it's actually a really huge about the entertainment part of Las Vegas. So yeah, I'm really intrigued about how this is going to go. Hey, I want to tell everybody who's just joining us, I'm sorry, my internet is out, and
No way.
yeah, as yeah, go Comcast. And as Sean will tell you, I am beyond a doubt captain of technical difficulties. So, you know, but being the button
Oh no.
monkey, that,
How are you gonna do a 22-hour podcast without internet?
well, you know what? They better get off their butt and get the internet fixed. That's all I've got to say. So,
Now I even feel bad about bringing up this one fan question.
no, no. Why don't you go on ahead and let's ask these questions?
Well, the first one was, "Hey Rev, I watch your show a lot. I've also seen Zach's show a lot. Why does it always seem that Zach never has any technical difficulties and your show does?" So that
Uh, because obviously they don't listen to my show that much. There's
that
all
that
kinds.
jinxed us. That
Yeah,
question jinxed us.
yeah, and you know what's actually kind of funny is that I got this really bad habit of taking and trying to play recordings and doing it without the sound. So,
The
uh,
next question was, Zach. Hey Zach, where is the pet store located that you broadcast your show from?
it's a good question. That is a good
Somebody
question.
must have seen the dog a lot and seen the fish.
The dog, the fish. You know, if we were up in Adrian's room, you would see the bird. If I was in the next room, you'd see the 27-year-old tarantula. You know,
Well,
and
my cat, I have 5 outdoor cats. Our main one that we is really special. He just showed up on our doorstep one day. We don't know where he came from. He was tiny enough to fit in the palm of your hand, all white with just a black tail, a green eye and a blue eye. And he acts like a dog. He follows me everywhere, me to pick him up constantly and just carry him everywhere. Really friendly, loves people. But our neighbor who loves him also tried to cut some mats off his stomach and accidentally cut his stomach open.
ooh,
It was an accident, but thank God my wife's an office manager at an animal hospital and she's been there 20 years and I was a veterinary technician at the same animal hospital for oh my gosh, 15 years I think. I We rushed him to the hospital and he was there for 3 weeks while this incision site after they cleaned it up and sewed it up and put him on antibiotics and all this. They needed, since he's an outdoor cat, they had to put a cone on him and keep him in this cage for 3 weeks while that healed. Because if we brought him home too early and just let him out. People and all my friends are like, Sean, it's about time you made that cat an indoor cat. I love him, but I'm not ready for that. You know, I'm a dog guy, really. And
yeah.
I just recently lost my. Um, since I met my wife, we have owned 5 mastiffs, and the very last mastiff we just went to heaven just a few months back. So not only am I not totally over that yet, but I think I'm done. I don't mind having the 5 outdoor cats out there. They all have, each one of them has their own carrier with beds and blankets in it and covered with a tarp, and they're all under the eave of the house. They've got 5 bowls of food and 5 bowls of water out there, which I change every day. They have the life, but I don't really want to bring a cat in here. Just on the weird outside chance we do get another dog, but I'm not recovered yet over that, and so I my wife and I have been thinking about now's a good time if I need to do any traveling or we need to do any traveling. Now we can kind of do it because we never did it before. With we moved into this house with 3 mastiffs, and when they all went to heaven, we bought 2 more. And we just have never been in this house without animals. So now we're kind of just going to, and every neighbor is so great. They love all our cats. We had them all trapped when they showed up on, all of them showed up on our doorstep with the mother. These kittens were all following this mother up to our doorstep. Why they picked us, we don't know. But being animal lovers, we decided to take them all in. Once the mother, it's interesting. Once the mother knew the cats had a home, her babies had a home, and we were going to take care of them, she disappeared. And she shows up like once every couple of months and just kind of sits across the street and watches them from afar, and then just takes off again. It's so interesting. Life, wildlife, animal life, whatever they got going on in their world there. It's very interesting. But my neighbors are all very supportive. We had all the cats trapped and spayed and neutered and given their first set of shots, rabies included. And I know that if we have to travel, my neighbors would take care of the cats for however long my wife and I would be on the road if that ever happened. But um, so that's it. But we just got him back today. She just brought him back today. So it was kind of a big day because I hadn't seen him in 3 weeks. But he looks great, and he just ran off to go play with all his buddies and uh, running up and down the one tree they used to get on the roof, and I could hear them playing cat football on the roof right now. And the other ones were just miserable walking around the front yard, the backyard, up and down the street, looking everywhere for him. They didn't know what happened to him. So he came back, and they were just like, and it's just it's quite the reunion going on there right now. And so life's good. Life's good.
Well, that's good, and I've got to put this one up because you said that you think you're done with pets. I agree with Joshua. Easier said than done.
And Joshua doesn't know how hard it is for me because I'll tell you, I am, like I said, most of my adult life I've been in the animal care industry, and my wife is still the office manager at this animal hospital. Everybody, a word travels in that industry fast, and as soon as everybody knew that I had put Penny down a few months back, that's all I get now are calls from people. I know this guy, you know, breeding cane corsos. I know this guy breeding English mastiffs. I know this guy breeding this breed or this breed. This one lady, this people working at the shelters. This mastiff came in, needs a home. Thought of you. What do you think? So I get hammered every day, and it's hard, man. It's like I can't even watch um, like the ASPCA commercials immediately when they come
Yeah.
on. I've got to flip them right away because, like I said, I'm not over it yet, and we probably will get, you know. I've never because I've never been in my life. I had pets, bro. I can't even remember when I'm as far back as I can remember. I can never remember not having a dog, and I was always the guy in the family that took care of the dogs that the dogs bonded with. I've never not had one, so it's going to be tough. But there's something telling me I just got to be strong here because there's some things I need to do first before I go ahead and get another one. And I don't want this dog to either get beaten up by all the cats because my mastiffs terrorized them. And and they remember that. And I don't want them to terrorize this new puppy or this puppy to grow up and not dig cats and be after them all the time. I don't want that either. So I'm in a dilemma right now, a real dilemma.
The one thing that reminds me of is there's a new commercial for like a website builder or something like that, where it shows the new puppies are in stock. And, it's got this big muscle bound guy who sees these puppies and he starts smiling. And then you see a lady who sees these puppies and she starts smiling. And then it shows a husband and wife sitting on the couch. She's looking at her phone at the website and he's watching TV. And she goes, "Oh," and he goes, "Nope." And then the next picture, they cut to the next picture and he's sitting there with this new dog in his hands. And I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
that is
Every
life.
Sharon sends me messages all day long while she's at work. So and so just came in with a box of puppies, and before they left, they were trying to give me one. I drew my line in the sand and made a stand because she loves animals too, So
Right,
it's even harder for her because she's there, at the
right.
clinic seeing that stuff all the time. But
Yeah. So, all right, Sean, let's get to what we're here for. We actually, and we do talk about it a lot when Dr. Joy is on with us, and that is that the amount of depression and the amount of suicides going on right now is just utterly ridiculous. The church, I know that it's always been seen as a sin to take your own life, right?
yeah, that's what they say. I
Uh,
You know, it's a really tough thing. I've known people. I've had friends who've committed suicide. I've had friends who have served in the war. Um, they have they're their son or their daughter's hero, and they go off as one person, and they come back years later after all the things they've seen and done and experienced, a different person, not the hero that their son or daughter remembered them to be when they come back. Sometimes these soldiers come back extreme I believe it's PTSD. Is that what it is?
yes.
Um, and they're angry, they're violent. Sometimes they get very emotionally and physically um, abusive to their children. And I've had children not not be able to handle that and commit suicide because of that, or the soldier comes back and sees the effect he's having on his family. Maybe while he was gone, the wife decided to leave him, or whatever the case may be, and then they commit suicide. There's so many. It's not just the soldiers. It's people that know them, people that love them, people that live with them, and the soldiers too, men and women. But yeah, it's just it's pretty incredible, and it's sickening to see how it seems like. I remember, my father was a 25-year retired Master Chief radioman in the United States Navy. He served World War II, Korea, Purple Heart recipient, finished his career in naval intelligence. Um, and I went into the Navy because of that reason too. When I was like my 18th birthday, I enlisted and went in. You know, if I knew then what I know now, I probably would have found a way somehow to stick out at least 15 years because I would get a small, I'd be getting some type of small retirement pay from that now. Having said that, had I done that, I realize there's so many things that I did and accomplished once I got out that I would have never done had I stayed in. But I remember I used to call my dad all the time and not so much complain, but just tell him things that were going on when I was in there that were upsetting to me. And did he experience anything like that? And he used to say things to me like, it's not my Navy anymore, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He would even encourage me, well, you have a commitment, finish your commitment, and then if you want to come home, go ahead and come home. You don't have to be a lifer or anything like that. And that was encouraging. And so after my first tour was up, I got out. But man, even there, guys, they don't talk about this a lot. Guy, sure, there was a lot of some weird things would happen on ship. Like if um, somebody that worked in one department, if a signalman got in a fight with um, uh, an engineer, and the engineer guys are way down below deck, and he works up in the crow's nest. They would get maybe in a fight in a bar, you know, on shore leave, or even in a fight, on the ship for whatever stupid reason. I mean, we're all sailors on the same ship. Why is anybody fighting? But sometimes guys would go, at night especially. There's no lights, so you have to have the ship memorized, where you're walking, where to duck so you don't smack your head on a bulkhead, where to duck, where the ladders are, yada yada yada. And every ladder has these huge steel doors, that they watertight doors that they slam and lock shut if the ship is, taking on water or something. Sometimes a guy would be coming up those ladders and mysteriously this door would slam on his head, or guys would just the next day at roll call, the guy just would be gone. And if they figured, well, sometime during the night he either jumped overboard or he got thrown overboard, by now we'd never find him, so there's no reason to go back, and the ship just continues sailing on. So there was a lot of guys that were extremely troubled, who you just knew when we get back to shore, the corpsmen and the doctors are probably going to take him to get him some help. Hopefully he makes it back to shore. And sometimes those guys would end up not making roll call the next day, and I think they probably jumped and committed suicide. So it's just sad because I see, and I'm a Catholic, and I am one of those people that I'm not against the migrants. I do believe that they should come here legally. I
Oh
believe
yeah.
our southern border and even our northern border is a mess. But having said that, I feel bad for them. My heart bleeds for them because most of them. There's some shady ones, but most of them are fleeing countries and
Terrible
lives
situations.
that you and I couldn't even imagine. So I get that. But then you see how much the government bends over backwards to take care of these people, and how it seems like they're not doing that at all for our own veterans. And just, I want to say a couple of years ago, um, I went down with a couple of friends to do a little ministry work. We have this elaborate tunnel system under Las Vegas, and there's the tunnel people live under there. And these are people that were homeless, but they ended up becoming comfortable living in the tunnels, and they don't want to. Maybe some of them do want to not be living that way anymore, but a lot of them have grown accustomed to living that way, and they're living down in there in these tunnels. So we went down there to check on them, and I can't tell you. I want to say I lost track of how many people I spoke to living like that are former veterans. It just blows me away that and then I see these commercials for like the Gary Sinise Society and Tunnels to Tower and the things that they're doing. I'm thinking of adding both those organizations to the list of. I mean, I just mentioned St. Jude's and ASPCA, but I signed up and every month send a little bit of money to probably a dozen charitable organizations. I'm thinking of adding the Gary Sinise and the Tunnels to Tower organizations to my list of things I donate to, because that's a great thing. Because if those types of organizations didn't exist, especially those soldiers that come back missing limbs, um, they wouldn't stick around. They're what do I have to live for? You know, um, I used to have terrible nightmares about you know what would I do if I lived like that. I mean, that takes a person a lot stronger than me to decide to, continue living like that. It would, I don't know. I think my faith would probably allow me to continue on, but it would be tough to go and fight for my country and get in an accident and wake up one morning in a hospital bed with no arms and legs, and then eventually recover and be sent home, and not only have to try to live like that, but feel like my government has abandoned me and forgotten about me, and now I'm basically on my own. That's a living nightmare. So hopefully the government figures all that out, but it's a mess right now, man.
Yeah, it look, and I don't know if you saw what I was saying earlier, Sean, about how our, you know, we've given a name to shell shock. We've given a professional sounding name. It's now called PTSD. It is a they say curable, or not curable, but it's very manageable. Yet people are not, it's not showing in the statistics. So I don't know if it's just I mean, we're supposed to be better at this. You know, back when it was just shell shock, you know, it was, there was an issue if you had a problem. Now with PTSD, we're supposed to be understanding, and we're supposed to understand that this person has a problem, and that's okay. If not good, that they're able to express that they've got this problem. Yet our numbers are extremely, extremely high. And that just doesn't make any sense to me. Hey, brother, bear with me real quick. I'm going to play a real quick spot, and then we're going to jump back on. I am going to try my hotspot on my phone and get my glowing head off the screen, because this is really confusing me. So I almost feel like I was drinking last night. And you remember this as an ex-alcoholic yourself, how you wake up in the morning and you look at yourself in a mirror and it's like, oh my God, what'd you do to yourself? So, but
I've never seen that on your camera before. I honestly thought you had put in some type of special effect for today. I've never seen that on your
Well,
camera.
actually, you know what? One of the things that I've been able to do since you've been on is I went to Comcast, and this was a scheduled maintenance thing, and I'll get internet back in about 45 minutes. And I'm like, oh, really? You had to do this tonight. All the other shows. So, but bear with us. We will be right back after this cute little commercial from my friend Barry.
Have you ever wanted to hide? You want to help, but you have to take care of your family first. Maybe this next paycheck I can support causes I love. Tell me, how does this sound? You shop, click a picture of a receipt, and pick someone you support while shopping for your family. Well, check out communitypayitforward.us. Hover your mouse here. Click on the Verified Given Partner button and shop with any partner that will satisfy your needs. Grab the receipt, because every time you shop, a Community Pay It Forward mission partner receives anywhere from 80 to 90% of a referral. You can find the mission partners by going right here. Each mission has a QR code so you can upload your receipt. And that's it. Shop, click, and pick. Join the program. You shop with small businesses and support great people. Great people who need a little help, or help to support the great people doing great things. Because with Community Pay It Forward, you don't have to hide anymore. Community Pay It Forward knows every small business is essential.
Boy. Ouch. I'm telling you, man. Okay. We should be better now. Boy, those Southern people sure do sound funny, don't they?
What'd you do? Now you look great. You look and sound great. What'd you do?
I'm no longer on the iPhone. I'm using my mobile hotspot. I'm on my regular computer.
Very cool.
So yeah, for the last 40 minutes, 50 minutes, I've been depending on my iPhone. So even if everything is a little bit choppy, at least I don't look like I'm being sucked up into the air. So Terry Wilson, who is our next guest, she made mention that the whole mental health system in the U.S. is a disgrace, whether you're a vet or not. Stunning how far off the mental road has gotten.
You know, in the year 2024, it shouldn't be like that.
There are so many things that are just dependent on insurance, which makes things even more difficult. You know, yeah, we'd like to do this procedure, which you really need, but we've got to wait for your insurance to cover it. Well, we understand that you need this surgery, but we've got to wait for your insurance to cover it. None of that makes any sense to me, Sean. Look, if someone needs help, someone needs help. That's just all there is to it. They shouldn't, and it's even worse when
I hate to interrupt you, brother. You're breaking up terribly, and you're now frozen. I'm wondering if you're up in the mountains. You're frozen, and are you? I know you're up in the mountains. Are you? Is it Wi-Fi or are you hardwired in?
Yeah. No, we're actually in the plains. Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay.
Plain part.
Yeah, really. I'm not hearing you at all, or actually seeing you. You're frozen, and when your voice does come through, it's terrible echoing. Well, I'm going to do till we get him back. I'm going to do something, guys. I know there's going to be earlier today. A lot of people reached out to me wanting to know what Zach's event was about, and when I told them, they're like, "Well, you haven't really taken any training to help people with mental health issues," and they're right. I haven't. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I'm a great listener. And just the very fact that many times people that are in some really, really dark places just need someone to talk to. I realize this isn't the most ideal format. If you wanted to talk to Zach or I right now and you're having some issues, you can't call us. You'd have to type in your issue in the chat room here, and that might be something that you don't want to do. So what I would like to do now, if you are listening to me right now and you do have a piece of paper and a pen, you can either send me a private message to my Facebook profile here. I'm now on Facebook under Lawrence Morais, which is a stage name. But right next to that name, I have Sean Patrick Whittington there, so you know it's me. You can send me a private message and we can hook up and we can talk. Or you can call and leave a message and I can try and get back to you. And my phone number is area code 702-416-6288. And of course, there's the website, ghostbegone.biz. And there you can send me, we have a contact form, a contact us form, and we also have an email there where you can send me a message and we can try to hook up and talk. But I'm a great listener. And so I'm going to hold up something that a friend of mine posted that I love, and this says it all. Don't you love that? If suicide ever crosses your mind, just know I would rather listen to your story than attend your funeral. That is beautiful. And I also want to let everybody else know that 988 is the number that you type in, suicide hotline. And if you go 988 and then you press 1, that's if you're a veteran. And there's also a number there you can text, 838-255. 838-255. You can text somebody your issues if you want, but that's my like I said, I'm a great listener. Find somebody like me, somebody that you are either close to a family member, a good friend, or pick up the phone and call these people, um, have all received callings of their own, or they wouldn't be working these hotlines. They've gotten the training to do so. And but you never know, the things that I've seen and experienced in my lifetime, especially being in the deliverance ministry, you never know. Not only will I listen to you, but I may just have I may surprise you and surprise myself and come up with a great suggestion for you, or suggestions for you in order to and I mean there was a time where I
Outside
could.
right now.
Oh, there you
Um,
are.
and hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you great, but
I
you are
have a
just
strange
totally
feeling you
frozen.
cannot. I have some terrible news. Until 3:30 Mountain or 5:30 Eastern, we're going to have to hold off on. Oh, go on ahead, Sean.
Oh, can you hear me? I can hear you walk. I can hear you walking around outside, and I can see you, but you're terribly frozen up. But the moment, but I can hear you. Can you hear me? Sounds like I know he's walking, but it sounds like he's eating. And knowing Zach, he could be eating. He'll get it figured out, guys. Let me see. It's almost 2 o'clock here Pacific, so that's 3 Mountain, 3:30, 4:35, 36:30. Probably another 30 minutes. If I think he was getting ready to tell us for another 30 minutes until his internet comes up, so we can do our song and dance until then, until he gets set up. But that'll come in handy when it does pop up, because he's got this planned for 22 hours. I noticed that StreamYard is a wonderful thing, but I noticed in order for Zach to put this show together, 22 hours, it's done in segments. And I wonder, creating all those different segments and links, if they kind of fall on top of each other a little bit, if for lack of a better description, and if that also messes with your internet. I'm probably totally wrong there, because like I said, I'm completely computer illiterate and I'm not a tech guy. So I'm probably wrong. And then on top of that, Zach is having issues with his Comcast internet. So it is what it is. But I can see the chat room if anybody wants to ask me any personal questions or talk to me about anything that's on your mind. We can do that. And somebody should jump on here and at least tell me if you can see and hear me. Terry, are you still with us? Joshua, are you still with us? There you go.
Back to the iPhone. So, you know what? We're going to have to just do what we do. Um,
Yeah, we'll work it out. You're
and
probably
deal with
about
this.
30 minutes. You're probably about 30 minutes away from them getting you fixed up, right?
Boy, I am really hoping so. I am really hoping so. It's as somebody who does this for a living, you know how frustrating this can be.
Oh
So,
yeah.
all the planning in the world cannot change the ideas of the cable companies. So, anyway, Sean, what are some of the things that the church is trying to do to battle with this epidemic and try to make lives better for people?
Well, honestly, I would have to. Now, I don't know this for a fact. I'm not a member of a huge diocese, but
Right.
there's many, many ordained priests and bishops and archbishops and cardinals that are also licensed and certified psychologists, psychiatrists, people with that type of training. So, and don't think that for a minute it doesn't hit the clergy too. There's many people in the clergy that, for whatever reason, who knows? The reasons could be thousands and thousands of reasons why someone may feel like they've lost their faith or something's happened to them and they're in some pretty dark places. And yeah, it's Catholics preach that it's a sin to commit suicide, but it hits everybody. So they've got, I believe they've got that handled like that. But oh my gosh, you can, any local Catholic diocese in your area, you can reach out to, and they've got the programs attached to get you to the right people, to the right ears to chew on, the right shoulders to cry on, and the right people that are trained to listen to you and try and help you through your issues. But I think you were away from the internet while I showed everybody. Did you see when I showed this, Zach?
No, I did not. Yeah, yeah, that's
And at the bottom of
yeah.
that, I told everybody that 988, if they're listening to this show and they're in a dark place, 988, well, that's all you got to dial, and you'll be talking to someone trained to try and help you with your issues. If you're a vet, you can go 988 and then press 1, and that's for the vets. And then there's a text, 838-255, 838-255. Text that. Um, if you just aren't quite ready to talk to somebody, but you'd like to maybe get some correspondence going and open the lines of communication. It's all about communicating. And like I said, even the people with the training, and I have none, we know it's all about being a great listener. And like I said, I always tap into, my faith never lets me down. And I always tap into my discernment and I listen to people's problems all the time. And my main goal is to not make anything worse. So if I don't have an answer for them right then, I pray on it and I eventually get back to them. And together we figure things out, but definitely. And here's another thing. I don't know one person, whether it's a friend or a family member or a sibling, um, whether it's the child has lost a mother or father, or the parent has lost a child to suicide. I don't know any of the people left behind that aren't suffering from that. So I don't like to say, sometimes I hear these people, these doctors, coming down a little hard on some of these people that are having some issues and saying, uh, you know, don't do anything, suicide's the most selfish thing you can do. Okay, well, maybe it is, but, we need to move beyond that and quit laying guilt trips on people too. You until you've walked a mile in their shoes or experienced their issues and with their type of problems, you don't want to, you know, add fuel to the fire and come and hit people over the head with stuff like that. Just help. Um, my other recommendation would be if you reach out to somebody for help and they don't want to just sit there and listen to you and then pray with you and try to come up with some answers for you, um, and try to understand what you're going through, then you need to reach out to somebody else. That person's not ready to. That person you reached out to is not ready to help you. I know this.
Yes.
I'll tell you guys, I'm not the kind of guy you're going to see on the street corner standing on a box with a sign on my chest that says, "Repent now, the end is near," carrying a big Bible, hitting people over the head with religion. That's not how I get my preach on. How I get my preach on is um, telling people um, the many times of extreme divine intervention that I've experienced and the power of God that I've experienced. And for me, it's all, trust me, I was a raging alcoholic and drug addict for most of my adult life. And the only reason why I'm still here was two reasons. One, my guardian angel saved my life twice. Yes, they do exist, and they're right there. Everybody's got one, whether you believe in them or not. And all you have to, they're waiting for you to ask them for help and giving them permission to enter and intervene in your life and help you now. They're waiting for you to give them that permission. So they're real, they're there, but it's always been God for me, man. When I'm and I've been hanging over the edge of the abyss, finger looking down for is there ain't going to be a soft landing down there, um, and it was always my faith uh, that got me through that, and God, grabbing me by the seat of my pants and lifting me out and putting me back over on the edge, the flat ground, and helped me walk away. So, um, having said that, if anybody is out there listening or watching that's in a dark place, Zach, unless you have something you really want to say, I have a couple of beautiful prayers
No,
that
as a matter of fact, Sean, this is where I was going to get to. I was going to go on ahead and let you cut loose here in a minute, but I was hoping that maybe you would say a prayer for our mission of today, and say a prayer for all of those who are out there. I'm going to get off camera so people can concentrate on you while you're doing this, but I will be right here with you. And just one more time, real quick before you do this, please bear with us. Our internet has been shut off for routine maintenance on the day that we're planning this, of course, for about another 25 minutes. So please bear with me and my cell phone. But yes, Sean, please do me a favor and take us out of this first hour with a couple prayers for the people in the community who need our help.
absolutely. I will start, brothers and sisters, by lighting a candle for each and every person that's listening to the show, whether you are in a dark place or not, or you know someone in a dark place. I'm going to light this candle, and this candle will continue to burn until it's done burning. And when the show's over, or I'm done with my segment here, and I leave to go wake my wife up and make her breakfast and help her get ready for work today, this candle will burn until it's done burning. And I offer this candle up to be the endless flame and the light at the end of that dark tunnel that many people are looking for. And I'm asking that God hear my request and my petition, and Jesus to enter and intervene in the lives of everybody out there watching who are in a dark place or know someone that's in a dark place, and to please help them find the light. Amen. Like I said, brothers and sisters, I'm not trying to convert anybody or beat you over the head with religion, but I've been in some dark places myself, and it's always been God who's helped me through. And I find I've got two beautiful prayers here, one for stress and anxiety, and another one from the St. Benedict's prayer book, which is called Searching for God. So I will offer both these prayers up to everyone watching the show, regardless of who you are, what you do, what color skin you have, male, female, child, adult, whoever you are, whether you're in a dark place
Good internet,
or know
bad
someone in a
internet.
dark place. Here we go. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. O Lord, let me hear you. My soul is weary. Worry, fear, and doubt surround me on every side. Yet your sweet mercy cannot be held back from those that cry out to you. Hear my cry. Let me trust in your mercy. Show me how. Free me. Free me from anxiety and stress, that I may find rest in your loving arms. Amen. If anybody wants a copy of these prayers, just send me a private message on Messenger on Facebook or at my website, and I'll get these prayers in your hands. This next prayer, I know a lot of prayers, and if I don't know them by heart, I've got a lot of prayer books. This prayer right now, and for quite some time now, has been my new favorite prayer. I love this prayer. And a lot of people out there are searching for God. And trust me, if you trust me on this and it doesn't work out for you, you can come find me and punch me in the nose, okay? And I'll say I'm sorry for being wrong, but I'm not going to be wrong. If you search for God wholeheartedly, you offer your heart and soul up, and you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior and ask Him to enter and intervene in your life right now, it'll happen for you. Trust me. This is searching for God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. O Lord, my God, teach my heart this day where and how to see me and see you, where and how to find you. You have made me and remade me, and you have bestowed on me all the good things I possess, and still I do not know you. I have not yet done that for which I was made. Teach me to seek you, for I cannot seek you unless you teach me, or find you unless you show yourself to me. Let me seek you in my desire. Let me desire you in my seeking. Let me find you by loving you. Let me love you when I find you. Amen.
Well, my friend, thank you. Those those were beautiful. Um, I appreciate you kicking us off for the beginning of all 3 years now, and I wish you the best of luck. Once again, Sean, where can they go to help you get to Illinois to become ordained?
The best place would be the website, www.ghost-b-gone.biz. And right at the top of the homepage, you see a little donate button. Click on that, and that will give you options on what you're donating to. Like I said, you can purchase books there. Both my books are there. God, Ghosts, and the Paranormal Ministry, and God, Ghosts, and the Paranormal Ministry 2. And there's a online course I offer, Introduction to Spiritual Warfare, that you can enroll in if you feel a calling to want to take that course. There's also a place where you can make an appointment to speak with me about your spiritual issues, not paranormal, but your spiritual issues. And part of like I said, any money that goes to that website, part of the proceeds of that go to stjude.org, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, Nevada, and the ASPCA. Plus, I'm here to tell you probably a dozen more. And I'm getting ready to add the Gary Sinise Fund and the Tunnels to Towers Fund to that for the vets. And there you have it. You can send me a donation to help me get to Todd Hall Retreat Center, 320 Todd Center Drive, Columbia, Illinois. I'll be there from Thursday, March 14th through Sunday, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, where I will be ordained to the priesthood. So next time you see me, you'll be calling me Father Sean. And I'll also be taking my permanent vows as a full brother in the Order of St. Benedict. I'll be a full brother Benedictine. So that's going to be just a great weekend. And like I said, I'm just a hardworking blue collar guy that survives from my wife's paycheck to paycheck. So it's been hard getting the funds together to get there. So if you want to support me and help me get there, it would be appreciated from the bottom of my heart. And like I said, everybody that has reached out and supported me, and there's been a lot of you, I will send you a very special gift that you can only get from yours truly. Otherwise than that, you can find me on Facebook under Lawrence Morais. Eli Roth Presents The Legion of Exorcists is streaming now on Discovery Plus and Max. Also, half a dozen other streaming services like Roku and a couple of others. But you can also buy the complete season 1 on Amazon Prime, and it hasn't been canceled yet. It just hasn't been greenlit for a season 2. So if you've seen the show and you like it, you can go to the Travel Channel website, and there's a place you can put a comment in and request a season 2 for the show. And hopefully there will be another one, and you'll see me on the screen again telling some more stories about good versus evil, where good kicks some you know what.
Yep. And please, Sean has donated 2 books that we will be auctioning off throughout.
Oh, that's right. You've got
today,
2 books there that I've sent you.
into. Yep. We've got 2 autographed editions of book 1 and book 2 that we are auctioning off right now. And you can go to the Give Butter link. And as soon as I have internet, you know, that stuff that is vital in today's world, again, they turned it on for a second, Sean, and I got all excited. And then all of a sudden, they turned it off again. So, but right there, right above
I will
Sean,
say when
you can see the QR code. Go on ahead, Sean.
Oh, what I'll do, I'll say a prayer for your internet after we get off, and I'm confident it'll come up for you soon. This is too important of a project for it not to come up, and I'm praying that they're gonna get it, and then it'll be as good as ever, and I won't have to worry about any more technical difficulties when you produce my show.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Comcast is going to fix everything right now. I have all the faith in the world in them. So, but yeah, you can go to QR link above Sean's head right now. If you go to that QR link, it will take you to the auction items to where you can bid on a autographed copy of book 1 and 2. They're coming as a set, so you'll have everything. Like I said, Sean, you're going to start working on your 3rd book, right? So we can see that in a year.
You know, I've got so many ideas. I've thought of all things. I've thought about a cookbook. Of all things, I've actually thought about a children's book. But yeah, there's a lot of more stories to tell, but it's not easy. I'm jealous of all those authors out there that can just spit one book out after another, after another, after another. They got 12 critically acclaimed #1 bestseller books floating around out there. It was much harder for me. I'm not a writer, so it's much harder for me. But I've got some ideas for a 3rd one. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and like I said, I appreciate you covering for me with the difficulty that we're having with the internet right now. But why don't you go and get ready to cook for your wife and wake her up so she can get her day started. Sean,
yeah, we're coming up pretty
us.
quick here for me waking her up, and then I make her breakfast while she's showering. Then she eats, and we visit a little bit. Then she finishes getting ready, and she's out of the house about 4:30, and doesn't get back home till probably 4:30. So 6 days a week, man. I don't know how she does it, but let me leave you all with this, and this is from the bottom of my heart. Reach out to Zach or myself or anybody that you know will listen to you and try to help you with your issues if you were in a really dark place. And on that note, Zach and everybody watching and listening, God bless you all in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And I'm here for you if you need me.
Well, I appreciate it, Sean. Thank you so very much. You have a great day. Tell Sharon that we said hi, and we hope you guys have a great day, and we'll see you right back here next year. Actually, you know what, Sean? Your next show is next Friday, right?
No, it's Monday with next Monday with Susan Ahern. I believe, yeah, the 26th.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Susan Ahern Happy Medium Monday, and then the following
Okay.
Friday,
Oh,
yes, the
perfect.
first is
Yep.
Ira Wolfnison. I give
Right. And
Adrian a
then
big hug and a kiss for me
we'll
too,
be
okay,
taking a
brother?
week off. Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
All right, brother. Peace.
That guy is look, the truth is that, you know, he and I, we give each other a ration of hell, but he's a really good guy, and he's working a lot. He's working real hard to make everybody's lives a little bit better. I do want to make one more time, make sure people do understand that I apologize dearly for the very poor quality of this show. I was notified, well, we were actually in the show by the time I was notified that Comcast decided to go on ahead and do an update right as the show was beginning. It started at about 1:45 Mountain Time. We are, which was 15 minutes before we went on the air. So please forgive me for the poor quality, for the choppiness, and for everything else that's going on. Please stick with us. Comcast has told in their note, they said that they would be done approximately in about 9 minutes. So we're hoping to get this show up and running properly in about 9 minutes. Until then, we're just going to keep going on. I think I'm probably going to do my best to. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Kyle. I greatly, greatly appreciate that. So you will be hearing from Kyle here very shortly. We're going to be talking about, he and I recorded an interview yesterday, and we would probably be playing that interview right now if I had internet. So, you know, look, last night we ended up having a little bit of problem where we had two Buffalo Wild Wings drop off right at the very end due to unforeseen issues in Fort Collins and Greeley. But we ended up having Bart come out from Veterans Honoring Veterans, and our good friend Steve Solis came out. So hopefully we're going to get to play that interview. Got to talk to them quite a bit. I ended up interviewing one of the members of Veterans Honoring Veterans, Bob. Got insight on what it's like for important organizations like Veterans Honoring Veterans from a veteran's view. Bob didn't know anything about Veterans Honoring Veterans until he went to one of the Pan Am breakfasts, and he was honored by Veterans Honoring Veterans. So it is a, you know, these smaller nonprofits that we're working with, they are so important to so many people. And I think that the main importance is that they're out there and they don't depend on the huge budgets of a lot of these other places. They need money to run, don't get me wrong. But where an organization that is government run, they're going to tell you that it's going to take, you know, $300 million to get the doors open. People like Kyle, who you'll be talking to, he asks for donations just to make it, just to help him keep up and running. Veterans Honoring Veterans just allow them to continue to do what they do, honoring service, honoring people's sacrifices. People like Healing Warriors with Janet, you know, I mean, that's a medical clinic pop-up. You know, they need stuff for supplies. They need money for supplies and everything. I think if they would get a donation for $100 million, I think they would just, be out of their mind because they wouldn't know. It would be unbelievable how many people they could help. But they're not asking for $100 million. Again, they wouldn't turn it down. They wouldn't say, "Nah, you keep that." They would gladly accept that. So, and they would, as they usually do, they would roll with the punches. My next guest is a really, really good friend with my wife, and she has offered a very unique gift for our silent auction that you can find once again by going to the QR code right up in the corner. And hopefully, by the time that this little segment gets done, we have internet. I'd like to introduce to you our friend Terry Wilson. How are you doing, Terry?
I'm good, Zach. How are you?
Well, it's great to meet you face to face. I hear your voice all the time, but I've never been able to put a face to it. I'm doing, all things aside, all things considered, doing really good. We're past our first hour, so we've only got 21 to go.
Hey,
but we've
I
got
want to,
21 hours.
I want to thank you really quick, Zach, for doing what you're doing. This is a huge deal for so many, and it's so important that people talk about it. So thank you, for, I don't know how you're gonna do it, but lots of caffeine, I'm assuming.
Yeah, well, lots of caffeine and hopefully working internet.
Right.
Don't want to harp on the situation, but
Zach, for me, if you hear my shows, it is always a thing for me. I have to run on Wi-Fi cell because I don't have any kind of internet here, so it is what it is.
Yeah, well, as we did last night, when ironically, when we were in Buffalo Wild Wings, their internet wasn't working. So I don't know if this is God's way of just telling me, Zach, you need to sit down, shut up, and or what this is. But guess what? I'm going to be defiant.
Right.
Kind of who I am. I like being, and we're going to continue. We're going to find a way to do it.
That's right. That's right. We just do what we got to do. Just keep rolling with it.
That's right. Terry, you've given us something very unique for our silent auction. Can you please explain what you do?
Oh, yeah, I'm offering a tarot reading. So, however y'all want to do that, I don't know. But, y'all just let me know who gets it. And I can do a tarot reading or a pendulum reading. Or, sometimes, Zach, I always hate to claim that I have gifts, so to speak. But what kind of got me into the paranormal thing is sometimes you get those messages and they really don't make sense to you, but they make sense to somebody else. And I don't have the ability to just say, okay, I'm ready for this gift to click in. It depends on who I'm talking to. If there's something that they need to know from another place, sometimes I'm just kind of the filter that it comes through.
When it comes to the field of paranormal and everything that you've got going on, I know there are a lot of people who anger Adrian because it seems like they claim that they can talk to people that can do damage to families. Terry,
right,
responsibly in the paranormal field, what do people need to do? Because this immediately coming out after someone passes, coming out and just throwing their hands up in the air saying, I can communicate, I can communicate. That can be very damaging to a lot of families.
I agree. I've heard some psychics, mediums, whatever you want to call them, say that there's a 60-day waiting period, that there's a, 90-day waiting period, or it depends on who you talk to, will give you different stories. For me, there's no time, because time is a man-made thing. This time is of this world. It's not of that world. I can only speak from my own experience, my personal experience. In 2003, my best friend, we lost her, and she was 8.5 months pregnant. We lost both of them. It was 15 years. It was 15 years before I felt like it was time that she needed me, or I needed her, or whatever it was in that moment. It was 15 years. My dad, my biological father, I have never met in my life. But I think I was about 15, 16 years old when I had an experience with him, but he had been dead about 10 years at that time. So I do believe that this, I see it, and I'm not knocking, Zach, because we don't want to say, well, that's not possible, because maybe it is, I don't know. But for me, personally, if you contact me because your boyfriend died yesterday, I'm not even going to try that. I'm going to say it's not been enough time. You gotta, I think number one, they have to have an adjustment period. And if they were snatched out of this life suddenly, do they even know? What seems like 15 years to us, is that just a blink of an eye to them? So I think when the time is right, the time is right. Now, of course, being a paranormal investigator, we know that sometimes they get hung up for whatever reason, and then they become noisy ghosts, as we like to call them. Like little kids, they're just trying to get attention, but I don't think that happens as often as most people think it does.
Right. Let's delve into some of the lessons that you've learned from, like, the loss of your friend. What are some of the, we've got the stages of grief and we've got everything like that, Terry. Tell me, what are some of the things that you went through?
Well, first, let me say that, give you a little backstory on it. Elizabeth and I worked together. We were both managers in film photography in different areas, though. She worked for Life Touch Portrait Studios, which, if you know anything about that, that was JCPenney's, Target, a couple of other stores that used to have old-fashioned portrait studios. I worked for Kodak in 1 Hour Photo. So her and I met, when the Super Target down here opened. We met, we clicked immediately. It was like we were just soul sisters, And so we had this beautiful friendship. She got pregnant, my girls were older. We had plans, my kids were gonna babysit her baby, and I even bought a house, right around the corner from her. The day the house went on for sale, she called me and she's like, Terry, oh my God, the house right around the corner. We were literally 4 houses away from each other. I bought my house in March 3rd of 2003. We lost Elizabeth June 3rd of 2003. So you can see 21 years later, it still hurts. But I will tell you the day before she died, she called me, a friend of ours that worked for Target had a baby. I had gone to see the baby, and I called Elizabeth, and we're like, "Yay, we're gonna go see the baby the next day." So I was at one of my, we had planned, because she had a couple of stores she had to check. I had a couple of stores I had to check, and we had planned we would meet at the store that we originally met at, right? We were going to meet at 10 o'clock that morning, and we were going to go to the hospital and see Lisa's baby. So I was at the Trustful location, and of course, there's a portrait studio over there too that Elizabeth had managed. And so I'm in my photo lab, setting up with the shift lead, and the phone in the photo lab rings. I answered it, and it's Elizabeth's sister-in-law telling me that Elizabeth is dead. At the same time, the girl working the portrait studio rounds the corner, and she's saying, "Oh my God, Elizabeth is dead." I'm hearing this in both ears. I remember I fell against the wall, and this can't be happening. There's no way. I just talked to her 8 hours ago. We're meeting in an hour. There's no way. This is not happening. She's 28. What is happening? And I remember I kind of started sliding down the wall. That was the shock. My everything left me. My ability to hold myself up, to breathe. The life was kicked out of me for a minute. The girl working in my photo lab kind of grabbed me and, "Terry, you okay?" and assisted me back up. And Marlena was still on the phone, and she's, telling me what had happened, that we lost baby and Elizabeth. And I hung up the phone from her, and I went outside in my truck for a few minutes and turned on the radio. The most beautiful song came on. This flock of yellow butterflies came up, and it was just in that moment I knew that something really, more than her dying. I think in that moment she was letting me know it was okay. It was okay. It was tragic. It was horrible. It was okay. For the next 3 months, I woke up every day crying my eyes out. I didn't know how to do this life without her, even though we hadn't been friends for, ever. Like I said, the connection we made was immediate. She gave my oldest daughter her first job, and so this affected my family, just in waves. Now, Elizabeth did not commit suicide. It was a tragic. She had a heart condition, and the doctors flawed it. She called the night before, told them her heart was bothering her. They told her to take a pill that she hadn't taken the whole time she was pregnant, and she died of cardiac arrest at 3-something in the morning. So
what is it?
Go ahead.
Please go ahead. Sorry, no, go on ahead.
I was just gonna say, so for me, the grief process was, initially shock. The life is knocked out of you. Then when you kind of get your bearings about you again, the sadness, the overwhelming sadness. I see a lot of times people talk about anger. I don't know that I can't remember ever feeling, angry at God or angry at Elizabeth. Angry that my friend was gone, but now her husband, I picked him up out of my front yard, wailing, screaming, so mad at God. And this, went on for several weeks after she died. That part of grief never hit me. It was, I don't know if maybe it was because I was dealing with his anger but for me it was just, who can you be mad at? It's not like she intentionally did it, and I'm not saying that when someone commits suicide that you're mad at them. Maybe it's a little different. I have had suicide hit my door in several different ways. So I, even with my nephew that committed suicide, I don't think I ever got angry. You know, it was with it, it's just still that overwhelming sadness when somebody takes their own life. For me, the overwhelming sadness of what, you know, how did what's happening, you know, that they felt that that's what they needed to do, you know. It just, again, for me, overwhelming sadness that they just felt so alone, that they didn't have anybody. And I know sometimes just in a moment, if you can catch someone in that moment that they need you the most, you can stop that from happening.
The question I was going to ask you, Terry, is you mentioned the butterflies and you mentioned the song and everything like that. The chances are that same scenario has happened some other time in your life, but we've never noticed it.
Right. You just didn't check in until you're so in that moment.
Is there, in your mind, is there any way?
That's my daughter. Who
Oh, hello,
Elizabeth was-
Jesse. It's great to meet you. How should we work with that? How can we make sure that we don't miss moments like this? Because maybe if we see that moment prior to something bad happening, that can change our lives and make our lives better. And maybe just give us that extra little, you know, grip on reality to want to keep us in this world.
Well, I think it's really important, you know, to check on your loved ones, especially if you know someone is struggling. If you notice a difference, if you notice that, you know, something just it. For me, a lot of things are about my gut instinct, you know. So if your gut instinct is telling you to, hey, pick up the phone and call Buddy down the road because yesterday he just didn't seem right, pick up the phone and call him. You know, sometimes I think they just need to know somebody cares.
Yeah. And I just want to bring this up for your daughter, for everyone, including you, Terry. When you're done, make sure that you take and tag 4 of your friends in the comments and 1 nonprofit for a chance to win a trip for 2 to Cancun, thanks to our great friends at Sharing the Credit. So we are going to be giving out a trip for 2 tonight here in the Mountain Time Zone. Yeah, tonight here in the Mountain Time Zone. Tomorrow morning for you, but you know, in Central Time. But we're going to be giving out a trip for 2 to someone who has tagged 4 friends and 1 nonprofit. Somebody who's watching this show is going to win a trip to Cancun. So please make sure let's share the messages here.
That's
Because
exciting. Yeah, I've been telling everybody. I plugged you on my show yesterday. I couldn't remember where the trip was, but I was like, y'all just watch it, check it out.
yeah, you know, he's giving away a trip to somewhere.
I think I said, you know, it's Puerto Rico or something like that. So I was close.
Yeah. It's not El Salvador, so you know that's a good thing. But yeah, tell us a little bit about your Spirit Paranormal Network.
Well, we are.
Actually, Spirit Alabama is what it's called.
Yeah, but we just put the paranormal on the network there for the page, the show or the team page. You know, we are a team in Alabama, obviously, and our network is just to give people, you know, like the Rev who's on before me, a place to stream. You know, just to let folks out there know that we're here if you need us. You know, with the paranormal thing, you get all those that people don't necessarily, you know, want to let people know that, hey, I may have a problem. So, you know, we got the page out there just in case you're not picking up the phone calling 411 asking for paranormal investigators. So we try to share, work with things and other paranormal teams because obviously we're not the only ones. They're all over the United States, all over the world. So we just like to network everybody so that, hey, if someone is out in Colorado but they see my page, they know that they can go things of Colorado if they need help.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is that, and I've learned this very well. I didn't know anything about paranormal except for I'd watched Ghost Hunters a couple times before I met Adrian. Reconnected with Adrian, not met her, but
Right.
I didn't know anything about the whole paranormal world, and now look at this. I've got paranormal guests, and just to let everyone know, Things Network is going to take over the show because they have just look, they are so good with us on this day every year. They allow
Things
us.
is amazing. They're
Yeah,
they're
well,
good every day. They're
yep,
good every day.
yep. And so tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern, Jeremy, my wife Adrian, and the Things crew are going to be taking over the show for a couple hours. That way I can eat and you guys don't have to watch me filling my mouth.
Right.
I'm
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to get away from the camera for a little bit, get yourself a break, and your eyes will be watered and stuff if you stare at the screen that long, Zach.
Yeah, well, you know what? I cry every time I look at myself anyway. So yeah, my eyes are watering quite a bit
Well, that's
anyway.
why I had to get in the shower this morning before, because I've got my 3-year-old grandson. I've had him 5 or 6 days now, and honey, I looked like I'd fed my grandson.
Yeah, well, yeah, and can you one more time explain to people what your package that you are offering people? And remember, all proceeds of the silent auction are going to the 9 organizations that we are working with. And we're going to be talking about the 9 organizations here in just a minute. We're going to be introducing a lot of them. You're going to hear from them throughout the day. But can you tell us one more time what you're offering?
Yeah, I'm offering either a tarot reading or pendulum reading or, energy reading, just quote unquote, a reading. We'll just call it a reading because until I'm with that person, I don't know. Well, I mean, if they prefer a pendulum reading versus tarot reading, then I'm going to do that. Pendulums, people that don't know, basically, you're going to get yes or no questions. Tarot's going to dive you a little bit deeper into something, maybe. And then, like I said earlier, sometimes, and I do not have the ability, I'm not going to sit here and say, I can channel your grandma, but sometimes in these readings, if grandma wants you to know something, somehow she knocks me over the head and makes me spit it out of my mouth.
I greatly appreciate your donation. And Terry, it was great to meet you for, like I said, we have actually heard each other talk before, but we've never
Right.
been, never met each other. So it is great to meet you. Now I can put a face behind the person I hear who, I know you and my wife work very, very closely together. So,
Yeah,
but I want to
Adrian
thank you
is
so very
so
much.
lovely. I just love her dearly. All of things. I mean, everyone at things is just amazing, and I've been so blessed and honored, to meet them and be a part of them. And this thing that you're doing, Zach, is amazing. As soon as Adrian told me, I was like, what can I do? What can I do? So if you
Well,
have an empty spot, you need me to get back in later, just let me know. I do have, suicide has hit, our house directly, so I can talk a little bit about how that hits home. So, you just, whatever y'all need, I'm here to help y'all out, Zach.
well, I do greatly appreciate that. And who knows? We just look, if anything has been taught to me this morning, we don't know what's going to happen. So
Right.
as you can see, our internet thankfully has been restored for the time being.
Yeah, you're doing good now.
Yeah, it's actually it looks like it actually almost looks like I wanted it to, um yeah, again, I want to thank you so much for joining us. I want to thank you for your donation to our silent auction, and I
Oh,
want to
you're
thank
very
you for
welcome. I mean,
everything that
and
you're doing to help us.
that's nothing. I don't feel like that's a donation at all. I mean, but hey, if anybody feels they need a reading, donate some money to a wonderful cause. Again, like Zach said, all these prizes, donations, and stuff, that's not coming to us personally. That's going to the organizations that Zach is working with.
Well, and just to let everybody know, let's go on ahead and put this out there. Yes, we're working with 9 organizations this year. Guess what? Next year, 1 year from today, we're going to be working with different organizations. Every year, we're going to take and we're going to showcase different organizations in this country. We're going to be talking to other nonprofits that we're not working with today. And that's one of the reasons why we ask you to tag your favorite donation to win this trip. That way they can see what we're doing here and we can try to help them tell their story. Here at Community Pay It Forward, we do myriad of different things, including working with our great friends at One Hope Wines to raise money for organizations throughout the year. So, you know what? Stick with us, because as soon as Monday morning, because I don't know how well I'm going to work tomorrow morning, but starting on Monday morning, you're probably going to see that QR code up in the corner change a little bit and move towards the direction of the 2025 show. Not to scare you, but 2025 is only about, a
10
year
months
away.
away. Yeah. 10 months away. So, well, that's incredible, Zach. And I have to tell you, you inspired me. I am always looking for what can I do to help? What can I do to make a difference? And when Adrian told me about what you were doing, one of my co-hosts on the new show that we just started is Native American, and I have she's a long distance cousin, but we haven't really tracked down where our bloodline meets. But we know that we are cousins. I have a tiny bit of Native American and tiny bit, but I do know from just life itself, that the Native Americans have been treated very badly, in the United here, and they live in horrible conditions, and things are just horrible, for these people, and the rate of women and children that go missing for the Native Americans is like 10 times higher than it is for the rest of us. And because of talking to Adrian the other day about this, it hit me that that's the organization that we're going to work with. So we got the okay from Native Hope day before yesterday that we can talk about them and blast all this information out there. We're going to talk about some of these missing women, share their stories, their pictures. They're fake, get them out there so that just because if the authorities aren't going to help them the way they should, then we will. We'll put it out there in our paranormal networks and everybody else out there that watches these shows. And if we can make a difference in any way whatsoever, so you inspired that for me, Zach. So thank you.
Well, I greatly appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. Look, I think what you're doing is fantastic, because the most important thing when it comes to small nonprofits or small business or anything like that is being heard.
Right.
And that right there is the best way for us to take and make a difference in someone's life, is to allow them to be heard. So,
Right.
Thank you very much, Terry, for joining us today.
You're very
I
welcome, Zach.
greatly appreciate it. once again, you can visit if you want a little bit of paranormal in your life. Going ahead and visit Spirit Alabama by clicking on the Facebook page and just search Spirit Paranormal Network, and it'll follow or it'll pop up. Just hit follow and enjoy the great programming and everything that they've got going on.
Yeah, thank you for plugging us, Zach. We appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. I just noticed that we're broadcasting live from the page right there. So thank you very much for doing that for us.
Oh yeah. I'm definitely going to be sharing you throughout the day.
That I greatly appreciate that. So be expecting a huge thank you coming up, because look, the more
Thanks,
we're
needed,
out
Zach.
there.
I thank you for what you're doing, and it's the least I can do because this is such
Well,
a great cause.
you know what? If we didn't have people like you, we may not be heard. So we have to have as many people share us out as we can. So, but thank you very much, Terry. It was great to meet you. I
It was
appreciate
so
it.
great to meet you too, Zach.
And we will probably talk to you coming up at some other time. You know, we got podcasts going throughout the year. But we will
Absolutely.
definitely
Yeah, we'll
look
have to
forward to.
get you to jump on our show one day too.
Hey, you know what? I'm all for that. That would be great. So, but we will talk to you hopefully soon. Okay.
All right, Zach. Y'all have a great day, and yeah, I'll be in the comments.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Thank you.
Have
You
a
have a
great
great day.
show. And what are you down to? 20 hours now?
20 hours. 20 hours to go.
We're
So,
rolling right along. The countdown
yep.
is going.
Yep. Sounds good. So,
All right,
thank
have
you
a
very
great
much.
show.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Remember, Terry has donated a wonderful gift of a reading of some kind. Go to her Facebook page, Spirit Paranormal Network. Just go on there, check it out, see what they're doing. Check out their shows. Look, a lot of these shows are, and it's amazing how many people out there really get a kick out of the paranormal. Last night when we were at Buffalo Wild Wings, this Bob that we met, he got into this conversation with Adrian that lasted for forever. And Adrian was so excited about it because she gets to talk about something that she truly loves. And it mixes in with my, with my passion, which is my part doing what we do right here. And it's a great thing to be able to take and mix the two together, and really spread the word and really spread this mission, because it doesn't matter if you believe in the paranormal or not. There's one fact, and that fact is that we're all losing people that we love, and it's got to stop. Along with what Terry's got, you can see behind my giant bulbous head a couple of the other things that you can get on the silent auction. Again, you can find a link to the silent auction right here in my QR code. Just go to the Give Butter link and you can start bidding now. The giant Yeti, well, it's not giant, but it's a beautiful Yeti cooler, was donated by the West 10th Ace Hardware Store here in Greeley. West 10th Greeley Hardware Store. That cooler is valued at $269, and they just said, "We love what you're doing. Here, take it and do it." Now, the Megadeth beer, I'm sorry, that's not part of the auction. I'm not giving up my Megadeth beer. Never drank it. Besides that, it's probably not good anymore. It's been sitting on my shelves for, I believe, like 7 years, 8 years, something like that. So might not be any good anymore. But you know what? It's Megadeth, so I had to get it. You can also see Beast Mark, End of Days, by Dr. Joy Pugh, a really good friend of mine. Beautiful, beautiful woman. Lovely to listen to. She's one of... she is one of our guests on Sean's show all the time, and I just love her to death. Dr. Joy, I really hope you're feeling better. I know that we were unable to do the last show because you were under the weather. First hour, you got to meet Sean Winnington, and we've got a copy of both of his books. 1 and 2, they both tell different stories. Annette Munich is the publisher. Scariest book she's ever published. That's her words, not mine. We've got a set of 3 cast iron skillets, and those were donated by somebody who just walked up to us and said, you know what, love what you're doing, guy. I have these brand new skillets. See what you can get for them. John from John's Custom here in Greeley, $100 tattoo gift certificate. You can win that. You can win it. Just bid, and the top bid will get it. The other thing in which we cannot see very well, but I will pull it down here right now. This is from Hikes Ace Hardware. Oh no, my granddaughter just fell. My granddaughters just fell. Girls, behave, huh? This is from Hikes. It is a tool bag. It's a toolbox in a bag. But I mean, this thing is so nice. I know my son Mason wants this, so if you guys don't bid on it, he probably will. This is $120 value. It's got pockets for all of your tools, and it's got a place where if you carry an air hose or something, you can hold the air hose up here up front. Better for, you know, those people who work on top of an area and they need to get up there, and you always forget tools. That's a wonderful gift there. My wife started Clayton's Creations. She does wonderful little projects like this little keepsake tray for my desk. I love this thing. It's always right here, and it's always full of something, pens, notes, whatever it is. She is the great thing about this. You pick the design, you pick the colors, you pick everything. The highest bid, she's going to allow you to. You're very right, Terry. Yes, it would be. It would be perfect. It's got space for cables and everything. So it's a beautiful bag. Like I said, it's kind of one of those. I don't have a lot of tools, but I want the thing. I want the cooler too. The cooler will hold wine bottles and 2-liter bottles. So, but anyway, you win the bid for Clayton Creations, and you get to pick what you want, whether it's a wall clock, whether it's coasters, whether it's a tray, bathroom set, all kinds of different things. Just go on there and you can find out. Stephanie Samos, my dearest friend, one of my dearest friends in the world, who you will be hearing from a little bit later on. She is with One Hope Wines. She has donated a $100 gift card so you can get to know One Hope Wines. Our great friends, and this just came of last night. This is one that you have to be in Northern Colorado to really make a difference. But I'm going to say this. Bid on the item. If you win the item, you don't live in Northern Colorado, we'll find a family or we'll give it to an organization that deals with kids. But tickets for 4 to an upcoming March Colorado Grit game. $100 value. If you win that, you don't live in Northern Colorado, we will find somebody who needs it, who needs a break, who needs to get out. maybe a kids organization, or we can donate it to a school or something. Or you can give it to a host who just happens to love hockey. Just saying, you know, I mean, I'll take the bullet. I'll take the game if you can't go. You just bid on it, and I'll go if you need me to. Just saying. Limited Success, one of my dearest friends in the world, Sabrina Morris. This is one of her efforts, and so she's given us some books that we're going to be giving away. Folks, I could not do this without the help of so many people. And I want to thank these people in more ways than one, but this is the way I'm going to start. Thank you to everyone who's made this possible. Thank you for everyone who is watching right now. Thank you for everyone who is participating. By the way, we have our very first entry, and it is our dear friend who was just joining us, Terry Wilson. Here are her here are her tags: Gail Trusty, Steve Nix, Tiffany Goulet, Lynn Wilson, Jennifer Rhodes, Amanda Michelle Miller. Wow, thank you, Terry, for adding even more. And her tagged nonprofit is Native Hope. You heard her talk about it and some of the difficulties in tribes. It's actually ironic that that comes out right now. One of our guests later on this afternoon, who just joined the Community Pay It Forward family, Jared Smith, he is going to be joining us later. He talks a lot about the work that he does. He's a 13-year vet, and he talks a lot about the work that he does with Native tribes. So I'm really looking forward to kind of tying that in with Native Hope and with the work that Terry's doing. Again, one of the other things that we've got, thanks to our great friends from around the country that work with us. And Terry, he's going to be on at 9 a.m. your time. Yeah, 9 a.m. your time. So, but yeah, Jared Smith will be on right at 9 a.m. I talked to him yesterday. He did just join the family, which means that every time that you make a purchase from him, that can result in a donation to somebody in the community who needs help. One of the other things is if you shop with Jared Wilson right now, I'm sorry, Jared Smith right now, if you utilize his services, his business loans is what he really specializes in. If you hire him and allow him to find a business loan for you and your business, he will donate a portion to this show, to the 9 profits that we're to the 9 organizations we're working with. Every organization that we're working with today, an in-kind donation goes to them. Every time that we get $10, you know, that gets split 9 ways. And just our way of saying, we support you. We hear you, you're out there, and we hear all of the great work that you're doing. One of these businesses that we are working with, who is giving us a donation of a full year of service, is our great friends and great family partner of For My Card. I got to talk to the co-founder and the president of For My Card yesterday, and she's another dear friend, Carolyn Williams. So here is our interview with Karen Williams from yesterday. So this is such a wonderful product, and I absolutely love it. I never thought that, Carolyn, I would really get a kick out of a virtual card. I didn't realize how useful they can actually be. And now that I'm working with someone else, I've got it on my wrist at all times. I'd like to introduce everyone to Carolyn Williams, great friend of mine. We've known each other now for about 3 years. Can you believe that? It's been about 3 years. So, and she is one of our Community Pay It Forward giving partners. They're also auctioning off 6 months service of a For My Card on our auction, and I want to thank you very much for that. But Carolyn, tell us a little bit about For My Card.
Well, let's go ahead and make it a year. So let's get 12 months out of that.
There we go. You heard it here.
And that it's a digital business card that is constantly current. It is only $69.99. So we still have a printing company. So we purposely keep the price less than a box of business cards so it can be accessible to all, whether it's a large organization, corporation with, that the lockers full of money, or versus someone starting out, with a dream and a truck and a good work ethic kind of thing. So You keep the price less than a box of business cards, and it's the only one that stays brand compliant. So it looks like the actual business card, which is really important for people. If you don't stay brand compliant, someone can take your logo, your colors, So that would be a drag. Yeah, there's yours, and
Yeah,
that's what
here's
it looks like on a like a bigger screen versus a phone, because most people are using them on a mobile device.
Yeah, but it's great because all you have to do is take and open up your own For My Card, and you can share this with the QR code with somebody. They can scan it, and the first thing it asks you, would you like to add them to your contacts? Very
That's right.
convenient. Very convenient. So they can just put it right there. But this is better than just, okay, well, I got his phone number and maybe his email address. This allows you to put your website, schedule a chat. I love that. You can go and watch our Footprints Forward, Podcasting for All coming together. I need to update that one, don't I? Our thank you to our veterans. And if you buy a digital business card through this right here, 80% of whatever they give us goes to the mission of your choice. You can also find all the program information, mission partner information. But the point is, and we've got a video down here of a PowerPoint and everything. So, I mean, all of our digital media. But the point is that everyone, mine looks like this. Yours doesn't, though, does it?
No. So if you could imagine everyone having your business card, or as they have them, they save. When you add to contacts, the link to the For My Card is saved into the contacts as well. So then you can always pull out somebody's business card. It looks very professional. It keeps it on a professional level. I've heard some feedback that people don't like when they feel like they're being shoved into like a CRM or a pipeline, when they're like, here, and they're sent a web page and fill this out, rather than that. We wanted to keep it as professional. People are used to accepting a business card. It's it's a very easy thing to do. May I give you my card? Sure. And the only one time in almost 10 years did somebody say, don't text it, email it. But they still accepted my card. And then on the platform, there's other added value. You can make groups. There is a downloadable email signature block For My Card. So we're constantly trying to think, how can we add value and not raise the price? And those are some of the ideas. And we learn a lot from people as they're using it. That initially didn't do all of these things. Initially just touch to call, touch to email, and looked like the business card. It was a teenager that said, can I have a QR code? I'm like, well, of course you can. Somebody else, I want it to go directly into contacts. Okay, let's figure that out. So we'll go back to right now they're in the process of creating a new, we call it 3.0, For My Card 3.0 platform, to make it the user experience even easier. But we're here, we answer our phones. This is a family business. We are the people. So if you go to the website, you call that phone number, it's going to make one of our phones ring.
Yeah, and one of the better things with For My Card, as opposed to like Linktree, is very bland. You got links. It's a link tree. That's what it is. For My Card, you get to customize it as you want it seen. One of the things that I've been doing on mine is I kind of customized them to where it looks a little bit like my business card. But what my business card does not do that my virtual business card does is I can touch this phone number all I want and it doesn't make a phone call. Which is a good thing, because this would be hard for me to talk on. But, I can touch the email. It doesn't take me to the email. For My Card, however, it does. One of the funny things, and I think you'll get a kick out of this, on my business card is my digital business card. So you can learn more about me by For My Card. So, everything that you need to know. And I connected For My Card to my business card, because their business cards are useful when you're in person sometimes, but
sure.
There are some people who still like them. I love getting business cards, but I'd really rather connect with people, in which we've got a couple people. Rob Holman is going to be here a little bit later. We're going to be displaying his For My Card. You're going to see a lot more of these coming through with a lot of the people that we work with. But Caroline, tell me the story behind For My Card. I like this story.
Okay. And thank you for putting it on print collateral, because we are still printers. not like we are anti. And so the QR code is a downloadable art file. You can go any which
Right.
way. I was an incoming president for a networking group, um, um, probably 11 or so years ago. And I wanted to be a really good president. I was on my way to go to a craft store to buy a little hole punch and keychain. So I would get everybody's business card and be able to hand them to visitors and guests, make sure they got out the door, and the people that were in part of this chapter could, grow their business. That's the whole point of these networking groups. My husband's like, could you just wait? Just give me a day or two. I was like, okay. And about 2 hours later, look at your phone, and there was a hyperlink. And when I touched it, the front and back of my business card were sitting on my phone. I was like, what? And I could touch it and would make a phone call and touch it and it would email. And I was like, because what do you think of that? I was like, that's pretty cool. And then he showed me another link where he had created that for everyone in our chapter. And we were all on one page. So we could just text that page to all our visitors and guests. And on top of that, then that phone number was given to the membership committee, who could then follow up. Our chapter grew to be the #1 chapter in the #1 region. And a lot had to do with that we were able to communicate and do proper follow-up. And then it started to eclipse people asking me more about digital business cards than printing. And it's about 2 years in of providing that as a service from our print company, which is Artistic Images. Get you a little plug there. It's that we just made it its own company to keep it a little neater, cleaner, streamlined, does one thing at one price. We thought it was important not to confuse people. I like things to be rather simple. And it's not like if you get this and this for this price, you get everything for the one price. And it's fun. So let's be like McDonald's, let's serve 1 billion people and also get the affiliate link for you and do all the good work that you do through. Yeah,
Well,
I'm thinking of some of the stories I've heard you tell over the years, and they just get you right in your feelings. So
Yeah, it just, I think one, what you just discussed is people spend all these monies on expensive CRMs and all this other stuff, and with what you guys are doing, that can be eliminated. Maybe not eliminated, but really easily controlled, because you don't have to go and put all this stuff in. You get people within your circle that have my business for my card, and all you got to do is take and put it in your communications, and that's it. So I mean, it's such a simplistic idea that is such a great idea.
Right.
So
And so was the printed card, right? It was
yeah, and I mean, and the one thing about printed cards, how many times have you got home and all of a sudden you're like going, oh no, that card was in my wallet.
Or how about your pocket? And now it's in the dryer.
Yep. Card was in the pocket. Now it's in the dryer. Yep. Wife yelling at, what did you leave in your pockets now? Not that I've ever heard that before. It's like back in the days when I was a smoker, every time you would start the dryer, you'd hear something tumbling around in there. It was my lighter. Every time. I washed more lighters than I think I've bought. So, but what are some of the things that people can attach to this, or what are some of the things that people are attaching to these that you are seeing an increase in their business that's helping them increase their business?
Anything that you can see on a For My card can be turned on or off. So there's you can create contact form and fill in. You can make the information in the contact form mandatory or not mandatory. Have as much or as little content as you prefer, and then it goes in email. So realtors and so forth, they're using that to understand where their potential client is in the buying cycle. Like, are they 6 months out? Are they moving at the summer when the kids are out of school? That sort of, so they can customize those questions there. Or they might already have one like that. They can connect that from their website to the For My card. There was this kind of makes me laugh because I've known this person since I was maybe 6 years old. So it's no secret what I do, and he knew it all its time, right? Since we started For My card. But last year, He got a For My card on a Friday afternoon, and he does mortgages. Saturday afternoon, he went by an open house because he knew the realtor that was there. He attached his mortgage application to his For My card and called us that afternoon, that Saturday afternoon, to say, I got 4 applications by popping into an open house, passed out my For My card to a few people. They filled out the mortgage application right there from his phone or their phone. So those, I love when people let us know these stories, and that's kind of cool how we get on board with people to make it more simplified. And we can imagine if you had someone that popped on a screen like this and said that was really there, not AI, just really interacting with you to walk you through any of the new things anytime you open a new account anywhere. I'm trying to get my driver's license renewed, and they told me I've got to download this app and then do this information.
Oh,
I'm stuck. I hit a wall. I can't get past this. They keep telling me I need another authentication. And I would love for someone to pop up and say, hey, let me help you with that. But then we build, this huge network of people that we are able to refer business. Some people do some really unique things, right? It's the only one I know that does, particular things. And then I can make referrals. And then because we got to know each other like this, hasn't the world opened up? I mean, 2020, people are like, the world shut down. But doggone it, I feel like it opened up. I have friends all over the planet now that I otherwise wouldn't have known.
While I would never want to go back to 2020 with all the horrors that we lived in 2020, there were some great things that happened because of COVID. I got to meet people like you who I probably would have never met. Networking really opened up, and it really made a huge difference in business and just friendships. Even, I enjoy having conversations with you. You and I have had conversations outside of work, and that's something that I really, really like.
That's right.
You do offer a For My card networking program.
Yes, we host networking twice a month, and it's the second and fourth Monday. So the second Monday is at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, and on the fourth is at 7:30 p.m. Eastern to accommodate those friends and relationships that have been built at different time zones, and then bringing people together that way. And we also have hosted some in person. Got one Friday, and it's that just kind of just sort of happened. We've got this. It's not easy for me to say. Is it fourth Friday of every month? So it's it's been really wonderful. And having people that have had similar experiences or able to help, whether it's in business or your personal life, that you can really connect with. They don't necessarily have to be in the same state. They can be in another country.
Yep. And that was one of the questions I was going to ask. This can work for people outside of the United States, yes?
Absolutely. That was kind of exciting seeing it take off in different pockets in different areas in the UK and Finland. And the one that really surprised me though was Japan. I never thought, because they have a whole custom, many customs in their culture, but one of them is passing a business card. And I thought, well, they're not going to go for this at all. So that was kind of fun. There's a meeting in Japan, and once a month they speak English. So they welcome English speakers to there, which is amazing. The old joke: if you're bilingual, you speak 2 languages. If you're trilingual, you speak 3. If you speak 1 language, you're American.
Yeah. Hey, I like that. And if you speak none, you're a podcast host. So, that's that kind of works for me. I think the work that you do is so fantastic. What are some of the things that you have noticed in which you've got, what are some of the things that you've experienced, you've had to deal with people with PTSD in your recent past? What are some of the things that you could tell people about some of the experiences that you've had?
Yeah, some of the people that I've gone away and come back and completely rocked, they didn't know where to go.
Mm-hmm.
And once I could get a friend of mine to go, I said, just please come with me to the American Legion. Talk to some of these older gentlemen that they have experience and somehow they've gotten past some things to manage. We don't get over these things. We get on with these things. They become part of who you are. but how you can manage it, and it's living's hard. This is not for rookies. It's not for the faint of heart. But yeah, definitely get people around you. Say it to somebody, because I think I even, and I've not been in a war torn zone type thing,
No.
but I've gotten into these mental states where I can't tell anybody. But once I did tell somebody, you know what? Yeah, hey, how are you? And I go, been kind of a struggle lately. And usually it's fine, fine. Everybody's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. But sometimes, having that vulnerability and being real human, that can be the first step. It's we're in it together. Don't feel alone.
Carolyn, one of the things that you and I did discuss is that as somebody who is trying to be a caregiver and trying to take care of a loved one or a friend who's dealing with PTSD, you yourself need someone to, talk to, scream at, whatever it is. We have to be really, really careful for ourselves. The old saying, put the mask on yourself before you put it on the next person. That's really very, very important that we talk about are the caregivers, because a caregiver can get burnout real quick.
Yeah.
Talk to an EMT, talk to a doctor, find out how easily they get burned out because they're dealing with other people's problems every minute of every day. And so what are some of the things that you do for yourself that take away a little, not saying all of it, but gives yourself a little bit of, hey, I love you? What are some of the things that you do?
And I remember years ago, my friend, when he moved from here, and I'm in South Georgia, so he moved from South Georgia to like LA, and he met someone that told him she was a breathing coach, and he kind of thought that was funny and put it out there on Facebook. And another friend said, well, did you tell her that you write about fake football? Because he wrote about fantasy football for the NFL. And everybody got a chuckle over it, because you showed up on the planet, you've been breathing, but it really does help.
Mm-hmm.
Taking those deep breaths and holding it in for a little bit, letting it out slowly. Meditation, I'm still I can't tell you I've mastered it by any stretch, but I still give it a go. And I was raised with faith, and that's so important and has helped me through so many things. Not just having my own belief, but being in a community with other people of faith. So the great church community, and it feels too weird for you, a little bit at a time, kind of thing. And look at it as a history, the stories in history, and check out the this person, what they did on the planet while they were here, and some people have taken that approach, because they're staunch non-believers, but then by the time they got finished studying it to try to prove their point, they tend to,
the most important thing about that is that never discount somebody else's healing path. I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care if you are a non-believer. Don't sit there and bash on somebody else because they find comfort in this. That's so, it's such a terrible, terrible thing to do. And it's doing more damage than it's ever doing any good. If you tell somebody, well, you believe in a guy who can walk on water, so what?
Mm-hmm.
If that's keeping somebody in a positive headspace, let them heal in this manner. Healing is like opinions. Every single one of us has a different way to do it. Every single one of us has a different opinion, and we just need to allow people to heal and be very, very acceptable, accept how they choose to heal.
Exactly.
And we tell people all the time, Carolyn, where you may use religion, I may choose to use THC.
Or go to the gym or
right,
knitting.
go to the gym, sit there and listen to a book.
Mhm.
whatever it is.
Mhm.
That doesn't make either one of us right or wrong. It just doesn't. It makes us what we are, and that's people. And
Mhm.
it gives us the power to understand our own mind and heal our own way. And so I greatly appreciate you bringing up the skeptic, you know, the skeptic part of that, because it's very important that I don't care what religion it is. Religion is a very, very, very powerful emotion and thought in someone's head, no matter what religion it is. A lot of their, like you said, you were raised into belief, and it's a huge part of people's lives, and we cannot take and smash on somebody because, well, I don't believe this.
Correct. You're not going to see me going around telling people
Big
you have
deal.
to do it my way.
Yeah, big deal. I don't believe a lot of things that would upset people, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong for them. So
I'm really grateful to you for doing this each year and bringing the awareness of the suffering of people, that particularly our veterans. We lost one in our community recently, and it was, it was suicide, and it rocks the whole community. And you think, what could I've done? And that's so those of us that are out here on this side of it saying, what could have been done differently, and how could we help? So please tell somebody something. Try to get through it.
One of the things that we're doing today is we're asking you to share our efforts. Make sure that you tag 4 friends and 1 nonprofit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Tag 4 of your friends and 1 nonprofit, and you will be entered every time you do it, once an hour. Every time you do it, you'll be entered in to win that trip to Cancun, thanks to our great friends of Sharing the Credit. But share this information, because that one person that was lost in Carolyn's community could have been helped by somebody that's going to be on this program today. We're not guaranteeing anything, but our true hope is that we can touch the life of one person, of that person who needs help. Hearing Carolyn's story, hearing what she's doing, For My Card could actually make somebody's life so much easier that it gives them a little bit of hope. It sounds weird, but it's true. You don't know what's going to set somebody off. So make sure you share our message with your friends today. And who knows, maybe you'll get rewarded by going to Cancun. That doesn't sound bad, does it?
Would not hurt anybody's feelings that I know.
Yeah. It's actually kind of funny because I recorded this video where, and we were going to go out and record the video anyway, but it just so happened I woke up to 7 inches of snow. So I'm out there shoveling snow, and we decided to record the video there. It was like, yeah, Cancun definitely sounds a heck of a lot nicer than this does right now. So, but Carolyn, I want to thank you so much for being part of the family. I want to thank you so much for the 1-year donation of a For My Card. And please make sure the QR code right above Carolyn's head, there's a link into the silent auction. So go into there, bid on that. You can bid on the Yeti. You can bid on the tool backpack. There's so much more that I got to get those added today. But there's so much more on there. And every time, every winning bid is going to go to support the 9 different veteran help support systems that we're working with today. So, but thank you so very much, Carolyn, for all of your support and for everything that you do for me personally and for Community Pay It Forward. I can't thank you enough. You're a great person, and I would invite everybody to please make sure to reach out to Carolyn, use her For My Card, reach out to her and talk to her and get to know her. You're gonna, yeah, and you can do that. Buy her card.
It's that simple.
I was
So
like, treat me like it's the 1900s, and you can call me on my
yeah,
phone.
you know,
It's
so
fun.
you know, that's one of the other great things about this is no matter how you want to get a hold of somebody, it's right there in your card. So if you prefer to text,
Mhm.
you can text her from her For My Card, phone call, email, smoke signals. Well, probably not smoke signals, but you
Carrier
know,
pigeon.
yeah, carrier pigeon. That would be an interesting one. I don't know. Phones cost so much. I'm not sure I'd want to do that, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. So, got to keep working on it, right? So,
That's right.
but
Well, thank you. Thanks for all your good work. Thanks to all the veterans. Thank you to all the people that love the veterans.
Well,
When my kids were little, we used to, when they say their prayers at night, we're saying, God bless all the smart people. We're so grateful they take good care of us. So, yay.
yeah. Well,
All of them.
I just want to say thank you so much, and please, you know, add our veterans into your prayers tonight and everything, and let's hope that we reach that one person who needs our message, because we don't want to hear more stories like the loss of your um, fellow. Um, I'm trying to think of the word and I'm losing it, but
It's like you've been doing a 24-hour podcast or something.
yeah. It's you know, yeah, something like that. So somebody was real bright, but we'll see how real bright he is at 2:00 in the morning. So he may actually be very bright by that time, but thank you so very much. And once again, you can reach out to Carolyn at her For My Card. Go to formycard.net and you can find out more information. Download my For My Card or reach Carolyn on communitypayitforward.us. Just type in her name, her profile comes up, and you can reach out to her there. Thank you very much, my dear. We'll see you soon. Hopefully at the networking event today.
Yes, today. Yes. 2:45 my time.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep. That's good. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Zach.
Carolyn Williams with For My Card. That is, look, it's an amazing tool. It really is. I unfortunately couldn't find the QR code right away of my For My Card, but you know, that's okay. All you got to do is just go to my website and you'll find it. It's up there somewhere. I know that. Or you can. Oh, you know what? I put my For My Card, I believe, in the chat. So, but it looks something like this. So, but once again, I believe I put that in the chat here. Let me make. Yep, I sure did. So you can find it in the chat. I want to welcome Lynn Wilson, who has tagged his four people, and also given us Animal Assistance and Rescue Foundation that we can look for. Animal Assistance and Rescue Foundation. Lynn Wilson, you are in the trip. Are in for the trip. We will be drawing. We will be reaching out to you via Facebook, probably tomorrow morning if you win. Who knows? I may shoot you a message later on tonight. So, congratulations! Remember, you can enter every hour for the next 19 hours, basically. So you have a total of 20 hours to win, or 20 chances to win. Once an hour, just tag 4 friends. We would like it if it was 4 different friends, but you know what? If it's not, it's not. The more people we can reach, the better chances we have at making a difference. That's just, that's right. Every hour you can enter every hour, once an hour. So all you got to do is tag 4 friends and 1 nonprofit every hour. And you look, let's make sure that your chances of winning are even better. So that's kind of the whole mission. That's what this is. And the more people who know about it, the better we can do. I like that. Oh, I've got friends. Yeah. I've got people that I know, and I've got a lot of friends. I got a lot more friends than I used to. I'll tell you that. This event, the one thing that it's done is it has opened gateways that I never thought I would have. This trip is being brought to you by our great friends at Sharing the Credit. Sharing the Credit is a very simple program. What they do is every time that you run your card in your credit card in a business, a huge portion of that goes to a bank. There's always a bank fee included. With Share My Credit, what they do is they allow a nonprofit to get that money instead of a bank. So imagine if you run a store knowing that, hey, I support Animal Assistance and Rescue Foundation, or I support Native Hope. Take it to take it to your local little grocer, or take it to somebody who runs credit cards online, and say, hey, can you talk to these guys at Sharing the Credit? And if they sign up with Sharing the Credit, every time somebody swipes a card, that organization gets a donation because you cared enough to Sharing the Credit with them. Will Black will be joining me this evening at 9 p.m. East, 8 p.m. Central, 7 here in Mountain, and 6 in the Pacific. So 9 p.m. and you can learn more about it with Mr. Will Black. I want to thank the following people for donating to our mission. You can be involved with just the same as they did by scanning this QR code. It gives you a place where you can donate anything. The money that we raise today gets split between 9 organizations that help out veterans and their families through difficult situations. Kyle Goodnight, who you will be hearing from here soon. Brian Arrington, Taki Hicks, Tanya Block Robinson, Rusin, sorry. Rob Holman, Ricky Birkenstock, Ryan Irish, Debbie Hayes, Tommy Bop, Brian Shamp, Jared Smith, Les Simpson, Sarah Kuoko, and David Rocky. Thank you very much for your cash donations, helping us do what we're doing to help so many people. Also, please remember, every time that you shop with the Community Pay It Forward partner today, if you do not, and you can find the partners by going to our website, communitypayitforward.us, and I'll explain that a little more in just a couple of minutes. But also, if you shop with these people, Trevor Gibbs, who is ironically one of our partners, so it just works out. So this is a great way to explain it. If you hire Trevor, the web detective, who can help make sure that your website can be seen by people with disabilities, something that is so important and we overlook quite often. First off, now this can get you a fine. If people with disabilities cannot get your cannot understand your computer, you can be fined because you're discriminating against people with disabilities. Look, there are some very unscrupulous. Yeah, try that word at 4:49 in the morning.
unscrupulous people out there who lawyers who just want to make some money, and they are taking people to court. They are taking people to court. That money's not going to help anybody but the lawyer get a new BMW. But you should still make sure that your website can be found by people with disabilities. Why? They shop too. If you leave off a portion of the community, you're losing business. So check out Trevor Gibbs. And for the next 22 days, he will donate $100 to community mission to serve our veterans. Or you can pick any of our other mission partners, the people who have asked us for help. Lone Star Valor Funding, brand new group, brand new brother in the Community Pay It Forward mission. This helps you get business funding. Shop with Jared, and he's going to give us a percentage of every sale that can go towards what we're doing today. Brian Muka, the Freedom Sherpa. Wow. The Freedom Sherpa. Yeah. Look, this kid is energizing. He's a fantastic young man. For a while, he let things get in his way of his happiness. His fear getting in the way of his happiness. He found ways to overcome that. So please make sure you reach out to Brian. He will be on today. As ironically, he will be on with Mr. Jared Smith at the 10 o'clock Eastern hour. So Tanya Block-Rusin, Smart Virtual Solutions. She will donate 15% through March. One of the things that Tanya does, as you all know, I love bears, called Polar Bear, thanks to the writing group that I belong to. And Tanya created this sticker for me. It's a beautiful sticker. I just haven't decided where I want to put it because I want to make sure that it stays good forever. So Tanya can also help you right now. All of the organizations that host your emails that are out there right now, all of them are requiring you to do some work. Tanya can help navigate you through that process and get that done. Make sure that your emails are in compliance, or your email blasts will not be going out to people. So Tanya Block-Rusin, 15% through March if you hire her. Another program that can help us continue to help individuals we are working with the 9 organizations that support nonprofits, that support our veterans. Coming up here real quickly, we're going to have, I don't know a lot about this guy's company. We haven't talked in like a week or something. We were going to do the pre-show thing, but we decided, who needs that? We'll wing it. We've got Rescue Resident joining us here real soon. Daniel created this, and I'm going to tease this, okay? Daniel's got a program where they take retired ambulance and turns them into tiny homes. It's a fantastic program. They are one of our beneficiaries for this year. Very, very honored to be able to work with this guy. He served our country for a long time. Now he's serving the people who serve this country. So I want to thank him. Once again, I want to thank everyone who has been part of what we're doing. And I'm going to do this the best way I know how. I'm just going to say thank you. please make sure you join our efforts. And you can do that by simply scanning the QR code up in the corner. When you scan that QR code up in the corner, you can bid on anything in the silent auction. The Yeti. How about a 1 month personal coach for that's worth $600? Personal professional coach. Do you feel unorganized? Do you feel like you need to get stuff in order? Well, first off, if you don't, you're not human. That's, keeping everything organized in between business and home is very difficult. Joe Futterman, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful lady who's going to be joining us, of course, a little bit later on at 11 a.m. this morning, Eastern time. But she's going to talk to us about her program and her process and how that works. Joining us now, and this one's special to me. I met him through our dear friend, the goddess of the grape, Stephanie Samos, on our community Pay It Forward One Hope Wine fundraiser that we do every month. What we do is we bring on nonprofits. And we talk to these nonprofits. We ask them to tell their story, to be who they are, to explain why they do what they do. Daniel's got a very, very wonderful story, one that he's, I believe, still active, but yep, he's still active. So he is still active, yet he's already trying to make a post service difference with Rescue Plus Resident. So I am very, very honored to have him in this 22-hour mission. And actually, I'm really honored to have him as a friend, Mr. Daniel Bello. How are you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you so much for joining me this early. I know it's really early for you.
Yeah. How's the audio? Audio come through okay?
Yeah. You sound wonderful. So
I'm pretty regularly up this early anyways. Like you mentioned, still being active duty. So I try to get an hour or two's worth of nonprofit work stuff in beforehand, doing paperwork or doing applications or doing whatever. And then, or even just research, right? And then get a run in and then start the Marine Day. So,
well, that's, like I said, I appreciate it. How long have you been serving?
I'll retire here in a couple months after 24 years.
That's amazing. And you're in the what service?
Marine Corps.
Marine. You're a Marine. So, you're dependent on the Navy is what you're telling me.
We need bus drivers, right? So
I love this story that I get to tell it all the time. My youngest son, his uncle, which is actually my cousin, but he's as close as a brother, is a Marine, and every time that he would come over, he just hey, how was your life as a Navy? In the Navy, and Mike would always, and he knew he would do it just to get his goat, but Mike would take and grab him and put him on the ground and take his foot and stick it inside of his underwear to where he couldn't stand up and walk. But, so I know how much you service people like to rag on each other. We got to witness that a little bit last night at Buffalo Wild Wings. So
it's definitely, it's through camaraderie, right? It's definitely, giving each other a hard time, but in good support.
Well, the truth is that you all work together for the same cause, and that's the protection and service of our country, of our Constitution. So I greatly, greatly appreciate that. And Daniel, your efforts are starting to bear fruit, and this is really exciting.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And you have so much on the horizon, and some of the work that you are going to be doing is, fantastic. We were talking about it earlier. This is what all the hard work is going for. And now that it's actually here, are you kind of sitting back going, whoa, am I ready for this?
So, do you know what SkillBridge is? Have you heard of SkillBridge?
I haven't.
So SkillBridge is a program, the Office of Secretary of Defense started a few years back, not too long ago, maybe 4 or 5 years at most. And it allows active duty service members to do a period of internship, basically with a civilian company or with another organization, so that they can spend a few months while still being paid active duty pay to be doing some training, doing some certifications, get them prepared for civilian life. Because we talk about it when I do events and talk to people about stuff. A big part of why we have clientele who are experiencing homelessness who are veterans is that a lot of the skills we learn, you get trained to do it for that military service. You get trained to do it that service's particular way. You get taught a lot of the things that you would need for a certification in the civilian world, but don't ever get certified. You don't have direct equivalency like qualifications. So unless you do this bridging thing where you're like, okay, I'm going to now get this very close civilian equivalent certification, which takes you taking your own personal time and effort to do so. If you don't know that you need to do that in order to be a welder afterwards, even though you've been doing welding for the last 4 years when you were serving, you might not be able to get that job, because it's a lot harder to, put that sales pitch together to sell yourself as a welder if you don't have any of the certifications they need you to have, because now they have to pay for those certs, they have to do these other things. So it sometimes is harder. So this Skill Bridge program has come around to kind of help bridge that gap, to say, hey, go ahead and spend a couple months going and getting certified and getting trained in the very specific civilian qualifications and training things you need. So you're able to like work with this company and then get them to actually train you up and get you certified ahead of time. So they get a free intern, right? So they get somebody who's going to come work with them, do some work at the business, who's got, a couple years of work experience at a minimum, if not like me retiring after 24 years, contributing probably a larger impact, but for free, right? So they don't have to pay you. You're just doing internship while you're still active duty to get that training and certification stuff that you need. So I start my Skill Bridge to basically go towards retirement in July. On March 1st, I start in a couple days. So,
Wow.
So it's gotten real, man. like, okay, this is like, I got a checkout sheet. Like I'm in the admin section, doing paperwork for retirement. I'm like, this is very close. And it's, I would say, not just like surreal, but like I'm also in serious, like the anticipation is so crazy, because I last night or yesterday received a shipment of like these big orange trash cans for a thing we're doing. I can explain that in a minute, but so my whole driveway at my house was filled with pallets of these giant freaking trash cans. So I had to load those up in the truck and like take them to the workshop at like 8:00 at night last night. And it was, during that exchange of loading, unloading, and doing all this stuff, I'm like, I would really love to be able to just do this as like my work day and not need to keep doing this at 3:00 in the morning and at like 8:00 at night. And so while it's kind of makes you nervous, right? Because it's a big change. I'm also like very excited to not need to work until 9:00 at night to kind of do 2 jobs at once. So.
Yeah. Daniel, let me ask you this question though. What about the upcoming change has kind of got you sitting back going, whoa, how am I going to go about this? Is it like the regiment? Is it like the regiment that you go through right now, having like your life in order for you? What are some of the things that you're kind of sitting there going, oh my God, I'm re-entering civilian life. I've got to relearn how to do a lot of this.
Well, for me, it's a little different, I think, than a lot of people. So I've talked to quite a few about this too. I'm a Marine Chief Warrant Officer, so I don't know what you know about Chief Warrant Officers, but like we kind of do our own thing anyways. They expect us to like know our particular skill really, really well, and basically tell us when we need to change, and tell us when we need to shift things, and tell us where we should be refocusing, and be looking at the technology and the skills and the techniques that those are doing. And I say all those things because like for me, it's technology primarily, being in communications, but like if you're an intelligence officer and they have, warrant officer intelligence officers, then you might be looking at other countries' intelligence practices, like, and saying, ooh, that's a good thing that they're doing that we should probably be doing too. Prove your research and look to write a doctrine and like change the way that your organization does stuff. So that's what they expect us to do. So because a part of our normal role is already like separated from the standard, very regimented, Like, here's the daily activities, things you need to accomplish that someone else is telling you to do. We are very much the people who are kind of like, figure out what you need to be doing and make change and make good stuff happen. I don't think it's gonna be as hard for me to shift to leading an organization kind of the way I am with this, where I'm kind of setting our priorities. I'm working with a team, but I'm the one saying like, okay, hey, we probably need to be looking at this and doing this, because I've been doing that for 11 years now, right, as a warrant officer. And even as a staff and CO, senior staff and CO, I was a very technical individual. So I kind of already had started leading sections and leading units and doing things. And so I think depending on your role, it can be more challenging, right? Especially if you're a one contract, was in for 4 or 5 years, and get out after just showing up to the workshop every day, looking at the week schedule and looking at your preventative maintenance checks and be like, I do these checks this week and my shift is done. It could be a little bit harder, to transition and be like, I am in charge of all of the things that I need to do. So it gets a little weird then, I think. But for me, it's not going to be as hard. I'm excited.
Yeah. You started Rescue Residents to combat the homelessness issue that we're dealing with, and of course, homelessness is one of the main reasons why people end up taking their own lives. So it's one of the really hard facts that people have to deal with. Can you tell us a little bit about the journey to start Rescue Residents?
Yeah. So I was homeless as a teenager. And I didn't realize that even until pretty recently. So when I started like the podcast, I think we'll talk about, I can talk about more, but like we would talk about it a lot, and it started coming on my mind. Like, I really want to do something to stop this particular problem. And I was researching basically just what, how do we define it? What are, like, basically doing the basic research you would do when you're trying to understand something better, because it keeps coming up in our conversations. And for teenagers in particular, because you now have enough agency to kind of start trying to figure things out on your own. Homelessness isn't as often, what we see in adult homelessness, where you literally just go and like stay in a tent or find someplace out of the rain or in the shade and then, cover up with a blanket or a sleeping bag, and you kind of stay independent. You stay solo. For teenagers, a lot of people generally refer to it as like couch surfing. So when you don't have a place, but you're still in school and have friends, you kind of start leaning on your friends. You start going to their house. You start eating dinner when they eat dinner, and you start sleeping on their couch, and then you go to a different friend's house. And then so like you do this constant cycle. And sometimes, and I did too, sometimes you do sleep on the street because you feel like you maybe have exhausted all of the goodwill of your friends and don't want to burn that out entirely. So I did that a lot as a teenager, and I didn't realize then at the time, and certainly not even while I was active duty, that at that time frame when I was a teenager, I was experiencing homelessness. And it was crazy to kind of realize it afterwards. I was literally sitting in one of the San Bernardino County like homeless partnership meetings, and someone was talking about working with teenagers right now. Oh, sorry, you get the little pop up there for
yeah. Hey, that's okay.
It's just good website management, right?
Yep.
That like someone was describing the work they're doing with teenagers specifically, and I had already kind of started working this, and that was when they explained that. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even really realize that's definitely me. That was my story too. And maybe that's why this particular problem and our solution kind of resonates more with me, is that somewhere deep in the back of my mind, was this, you've been through this, you've done this, you understand what some of the like mentality is, needing to transition from like spending so much of your energy and your brain power on just like, when am I going to sleep? Where am I going to sleep? What am I going to get to eat today? How do we make that work? And you spend this energy just trying to figure out basic things. It's hard to start shifting your brain back to like, how do I function in a way where I can look towards, a year from now or 2 years from now? You're worried about tomorrow,
Yeah.
So I had a podcast with a friend after moving out here to Tornado Palms, Yucca Valley area in Southern California. in 2020. So summer 2020, my family and I had to move from Japan to California to take this job as the academics officer for the comm school in 29 Palms. So I manage and lead all of the like course curriculum and basically decide what we teach and what we don't teach at the schoolhouse for the Marine Corps for everything for radios. And so I had to move out here with the family in 2020. So we were all isolated. We had to stay at the house, couldn't leave, couldn't do all the stuff. So we did in 2020 for the Marine Corps birthday, we did like a virtual one. Me and a bunch of our friends all got all of our friends all on this thing. We had like 100 plus Marines all on a web call like this. And it was loud and annoying and crazy. But I met a guy in that podcast I had never met before who was a Marine, friends with one of my friends that I have now. And he runs a podcast and I was doing videos, editing and other stuff here at the time. And I was like, dude, we should start a podcast together. He's like, well, what would the podcast be about? I was like, I don't know. We'd need to figure out what a subject would be for a podcast that we would both think would be something we should do. And he's like, that's the best answer I've heard. I've had people ask me to do podcasts with them all the time. And they like say they want to talk about things they want to talk about instead of finding a ground that we could both stand on. So we both really are interested in social issues and government and politics and things like that. I have my degrees in political science and organizational leadership. And so I told him, I was like, yeah, let's just do it on that. Let's do it. Let's talk about a social issue, like whatever the actual social topic is we want to talk about. One of us presents kind of like here's the overall concept that I understand it to be. And the other one's supposed to kind of ask questions. So you're kind of, I would say poking holes, but not really poking holes, but like, hey, I'm going to present some stuff, but I need you to ask questions to make us do more. And we might even do research while we're on the thing, right? Like, hey, let's look that up. Let's see why is that way? And so we would be talking about school districting. We would be talking about, economies and taxes. We would be talking about what the structure of the government is. And no matter what the main subject was, it seemed like we would somehow kind of circle around and talk about homelessness a little bit in there. There's other subjects that seem to just keep cycling in, but homelessness was one of them. And so it just started being on my mind, it started being something that was more frequently a thing brought to the forefront. And I started looking at it as a specific subject for us to talk about and realized how bad the numbers were. And then just out of curiosity, it was like, I think probably I saw one little line blurb or something in a main research thing about veterans doing it too. And I kind of did one of the things, I'll tell you this story afterwards, which is pretty funny. I was like, what? There's veterans that are like, don't have a place to live, houses. So I started looking into that and realized that's kind of the piece that started clicking in my brain as to maybe I should solve that particular piece first. And then that lets me have a specific target audience that I know well and can work with well, and that others maybe don't know how to support or help as well as maybe I could. And then grow it from there potentially. One of the first phone calls I made after I get to the main idea of this, which I guess I'm going to give away, but was to a company that works nationally to find organizations ambulances, right? So if you're a small hospital somewhere or something, you need one ambulance for your little town or something, you don't have budget to go buy a brand new one, you can contact them. They find you a good functional ambulance or whatever. I think it's called AmbuNet, something like that. It's like a network for ambulances, right? So I contacted them, said, hey, can you reach out to me? Here's the idea. And I got a call back the next day. And the guy's like, can you explain, what are you talking about? What's this idea? So I have managed so far not to give it away, right? And I explained it to him. He's like, there's veterans that are homeless? I'm like, yes. Yeah, you didn't know that's a problem? Yeah, I didn't either really, right? So he was shocked that was even a thing. I was like, okay, let me see what we can do. And so summer 2021, after having had this podcast for maybe 6 months, right? Talking about it all the time. My son needed to go to college in Pensacola, Florida. So we start looking at RVs because we don't want to fly. And even if we just drove, we don't want to stay in motels or use public restrooms at rest stops and stuff. So we decided we're going to get an RV and we're going to drive it from here to Florida. So I started researching what's the right RV fit for us. Do we want to get a truck, travel trailer, all the things. And how, the internet inevitably works. I kind of fall down the rabbit hole of vehicle conversions and all the other things and start seeing videos of ambulances converted into homes. And so that, to me, not just as one of the best platforms, and we can talk about specifically converting ambulances into homes, is why on a construction and platform case, they make the best vehicles. but also just from a messaging and a a mindset point of view. Like when you look at an ambulance, it's saving somebody, and so we can use those to continue to save somebody after they've done that for their entire life as an active service vehicle. Then they end that initial active service, but could start again a second life, still saving people, but saving veterans from homelessness. So we are looking at that. So I saw those and was like, this could really work, and presented the idea. And there's an organization called score.org, which can help small businesses determine if they're prepared and ready to actually run with their idea. It's free, a free resource started by the government in like the 50s, I think. And they, I presented the idea to the mentor I was attached to there, and they're like, holy crap, yeah, this is a really good idea. Go for it. You should run with it. Walked me through business plan stuff and made sure that was all ready, and think about the things I need to think about, and help me get there. I've always kind of thought about starting a business when I retired anyways. So I wasn't too far away from the idea of needing to do a SWOT analysis and, do these other things. So it wasn't too hard to get started. It was everything after that. It's like, oh, what's the next and the next and the next? There's more than just getting officially a business recognized, right? There's a lot.
Well, you know what, I've and I want to share this one with you real quick. One of the interviews that we're going to be hosting next is with a great guest that I got to record yesterday, Mr. Kyle Goodnight. He's a EMS. He's got 3 to 4 buses that are going to be retired, decommissioned soon.
Yeah,
so
I'll take them.
So yeah, Kyle, I will make this introduction happen. I will get this.
Awesome.
I will get you guys
Kyle
together. So
yeah, one of the funny things, Zach, right this very minute that I'm trying to work out. So Saturday, I'll go check one out. So one of the things we do is outreach, right? So we have to go out, make contact with veterans experiencing homelessness, get their information put into the coordinated entry system so that they can be paired up with services that they need. So that's like county and HUD and national requirements and things, right? So we want to try to help expedite that system because, like, for an example, and it's one of the worst ones, so I obviously want to use that as the example. Others are not as bad, but it's still a lot. Los Angeles has more than 5,000 veterans experiencing homelessness, and only 5 individuals working in the Veteran Affairs Office for specific homeless services, right? So not only managing cases, trying to get them the resources that they need, but they're supposed to then somehow organize and manage outreach, and they just don't have the capacity to really reach everybody. So one of the things we want to provide is some of that outreach support. So we coordinate active duty volunteers, take them out to sites, have them do these collections, put their information into HMIS, CES. So that way, even if it's not our organization, that's a good fit for them, that meet their needs, that they're getting the services they need. So that's one program we're going to run, whether it's our program or not, to get them paired with services and get them hopefully off the streets, back on their feet. But to do that, I need a bus, right? I need to be able to transport people somewhere. I don't have one yet, and we're hitting some snags using other vehicles now. And so that's been the thing. So I don't know what those are. He's mentioned trucks being decommissioned, some stuff, but like one of the things I'm looking at is literally like, as most of this military was, I'm looking for a troop hauler, right? I'm looking for like, I need a transport vehicle, just a personnel transport vehicle. So there's a bus for sale from a church somewhere more towards the coast. So I got to run out there on Saturday, take a look at it, making sure it is what they say it is on the ads, and then might end up with one. But like, if I'm doing this the way I want to do this across every single county here, I'm gonna need more than one bus. But I can start with one and grow from there.
Well, I'll definitely make this introduction happen. We'll get that done here. Yeah, Kyle's a great guy, and he runs a program that is geared at first responders due to everything that he does. He and his wife, as a matter of fact. Let me ask you this, Daniel. You mentioned that the homeless rate was kind of a shock to you. Do you feel like that's almost trying to be, or it's almost purposely hidden from the people in the military?
I don't know that it's intentionally hidden from us. I think for me, it was a bit more of a shock. I spent of my 24 years, right? I've spent 12 of those years overseas, 11 of them in Japan. So I think when we traveled to other places most of the time in the world as a family. So like driving back from, like we had to come to the United States and move back here, and driving through Seattle and driving through like these other cities in 2020 even, right? Seeing rows of tents, and like the extent of the homelessness problem in the country in general, was kind of a shock. I don't think, like, I don't really watch news much. I feel like it's media, it's now, instead of being news as the goal, it's, watches and likes as the goal. So you're going to tell the most sensational story you can rather than report the news. So I do tend to avoid it. I'll watch it or read an article when I can and need to. But generally don't really like watching the news anymore. So I think maybe I just had kind of put blinders on personally, and then had the benefit of being overseas a big part of that time as the problem got worse, to not notice it, I guess. Japan does not have the same problem. You go tour Tokyo, you might see one or two people sleeping in a stoop somewhere of a business or a building or something, but they might actually not be homeless. They might just literally be taking a nap because it's afternoon nap time, and they just felt like sitting down right where they weren't taking a nap. But yeah, they don't end up with it the same way we do.
I think this afternoon nap time you speak of, I think that we need to adopt that. I think I'm going to start here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It'll be
my first exposure in Okinawa in 2004, on Futenma, like there's a run path. There were some guys out doing like some of the yard work to keep the path clear, because it runs like literally right through like jungle, right, in Okinawa. So there's yard work contractors, trucks set up, and like, the netting you put up so that it doesn't fly and hit people or whatever. And I went for like a lunchtime run or something, and yeah, dudes just like all crashed out, laid out underneath trees nearby, just taking a nap after working most of the morning. It gets too hot in the midday, so you find somewhere shady, take a little nap for a couple hours, and get back to work once it starts, getting you some shade at a different angle. So it's like that's crazy.
Yeah. You have a couple really good things that have happened to you. Can you explain those in the recent past?
Well, so we did have some snaggy snags, but the plan is still approved. It's just gonna probably take longer. So I'm still planning to build slow for now.
Mm-hmm.
We were approved for a bond to build our big project. So I got asked to put together what's the dream plan? What would it look like? Kind of presentation. So I wrote together the executive summary, put the whole presentation out there, to get funded to do this project. They just wanted to see what the kind of dream plan would be. And we got selected as not just like a program, but they wanted to kind of make us the kind of cornerstone program, the one that they show. Yeah. Highlight. Yeah. So the idea would be to get minimum of 80 acres. I say minimum, but I'm actually looking at one that's got 60 acres too, but has a lot of the functional things we need in like one building already on the property. So we could probably still make 60 work, but 80 acres was kind of like the initial target. We build out a bunch of housing on it that would be permanent structured housing. We're looking at tiny home builds kind of too, right? So build some small spaces separated from each other, but close enough in little groups to have somebody nearby, but have to kind of walk over. So everybody's got a little bit of their own space rather than being crammed into a shelter. So we have some of the permanent safe housing on site, and then we would also have a training center, a community center for people to come together, do activities, have a gym, some of the normal stuff, just to basically have that all on site right there. And then have our ambulance conversion workshop and an event center, so that we basically could host our own events on site, have people come out, camp with us, learn about the mission, share it on their social media stuff too. We did one of those in December. It was really small, but it was a first starter. We brought some ambulance campers out, had everybody camp on our site, get a chance to learn about the mission, eat some really good barbecue from a friend of mine. It's Fans in 29 Palms. They do a good job. He brings a little trailer out, cooks some barbecue up.
That sounds pretty damn good.
It was pretty good. And Jack, like my buddy, he started it, and then Art took it over when he retired. When Jack retired and went to Texas, so Jack drove back out from Texas to cook these burgers for us. So that's pretty cool.
Wow.
So the bond kind of has slowed down a little bit. There's been some hiccups in it, and I think that's kind of expected. They say, "Oh, take 6 months." I was like, "I don't believe you," but we'll run with what you're telling me. And yeah, it got delayed like I expected it would. So we are still approved. It is still going. It just how it's going to go.
Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, I'm good at that, right? I'm
Yeah.
been a Marine for 24 years. Hurry up and wait is our freaking slogan, so it's fine. So the approval was for $53 million. That's to buy the property, build all of the things, and do all of the things over 5 years. That's how the bond worked out, anyways. So in the meantime, until that does actually finally come through, we're doing slow growth stuff. That's why I need that bus, right? So one of the things we do is in support of our volunteer stuff is to like do events volunteers, and then that helps fund some of the work we do. So yeah, nice. There we go. So word road trip from where? How far are we going?
He is in oh my God, the Columbus area. So,
okay.
But yeah,
Georgia?
so Ohio. There you go.
Ohio.
Yep.
Okay.
So, but
so funny story. The one ambulance we have right now, the first ambulance we've done conversion on, came from Ohio. I got it at auction. Wow. Zach, did I tell you the story about getting this ambulance at auction?
No, I don't think you had.
So I started the idea in 2021, right? And then I submitted the paperwork in December of 2021 and only found out maybe like early January that it was done. Like I got it, the paperwork completed and had an EIN and all this other stuff. But I knew that it was going to go through. So I started doing research basically from even before I had finalized and submitted the paperwork on just like, how do I get ambulances? How's this going to work? And I found GovDeals and a couple other kind of like auction sites where governments auction off their stuff when they're done using them. So I was kind of trying to understand for sure how that particular auction website worked, because they're all different, right? If you go to eBay or go to some other one, it's different. And I was doing the research, right? So I'm looking at, okay, this is a 2008, this brand, this size engine with this many miles, and it ended up selling at auction for this much. So I'm kind of creating this database of what I should expect to spend based on features, so that when I come and look at updated lists, hey, here's new ones that were posted this week, I can kind of know what to budget and expect for them to go for. So I start doing this research, and I was like, well, one of the things I'm going to need to do is if I see one that's like about to close out and is like just not ready, or is like not climbing, and I know it's way undervalued, I should bid on it, right? So I wanted to know what happens when I bid. Is it going to connect to an account? How does all this work? What's the messaging look like back and forth? So I found one that was way under what it should go for based on what I found so far. It should have went for about 15 to 20,000 probably, and it was sitting at 5. So I was like, I'll put a $5,000 bid on it, knowing that I'm gonna get outbid, but just so I see the outbid process. Make sure it doesn't be like I click bid and it's like, oh, you need to link this account or you need to have this thing registered ahead of time. So I wanted to make sure we were good. So I clicked bid, did have to do some extra paperwork, like application stuff, fill out forms, do these things. Okay, cool. See, I'm glad I knew how much time that would take and I could get that stuff done on this one. Well, I never got outbid. Like for some reason, that thing just went under the radar. Nobody saw it. Nobody bid on it. There was like 47 questions they kept asking because it had something kind of weird in the description. And so just nobody bid on it. And I ended up like literally only 3 weeks after starting this thing and having a couple of people saying, yeah, sure, I'll sign paperwork with you, but not necessarily like getting super involved, to call them and be like, we need $5,000. Like now I got to figure this out. I got 10 days to get this thing picked up and I don't even it's in Ohio. And so, yeah, we ended up accidentally winning an ambulance that's worth way more than it went for, but I did not have the funds to really cover that immediately. Kind of
we've actually we've got another guest who's going to be joining us here real quick, but I've got one more question for you. And sure. One of the things that you were talking about this earlier, one of the things that I love to do, and Daniel, you've been on my podcast long enough to know this, one of the things that I love to do is make sure that we're all on, we're working together to ask questions to make sure that we cover every base
that we possibly can. And so that's why I'm excited that Patty is going to be joining us in just a second, so she can ask you questions and you can ask her questions, and we can really get a better idea of what each other does. But let me ask you this question real quick. Other than ambulances, are there other vehicles that you are working on changing out? Like, would smaller school buses or even larger school buses, would items like that, would they be within your realm, or are you sticking just to the?
So for rescue residents, we're doing ambulances. There is a local organization that does larger homeless programs, supports everybody in the community with housing and other things. And they've actually approached us recently, like, hey, if we bring you an RV that just needs to be like fixed up, it's still in overall functional good shape, but just needs like a new interior, needs some of the kind of like construction work you're seeing here with these pictures of like, how do we redo it and make it more functional and usable today? Could you do that? I think there's room there. We're approaching that, so that we might do work on other vehicles, but it would be for other organizations. Because one of the reasons, and I kind of hinted at it earlier, one, ambulances are really great platforms. So most buses, most vans all have very curved interior surfaces. And even if you build, like, cut back all the way to the exterior wall and just supports, you're still dealing with a very curved surface, which is not easy to build in. So from a ease of building, especially if each build is going to include the person who's going to get it, which is the goal, we want that construction process to be a little bit easier. So they're square, right? So that's a great thing about it. They're also extremely safe. So ambulances are designed for the vehicle to take a double roll, right? So to roll over and then roll over again, and still keep the people in the back safe while, because you're transporting someone who's injured. And so it is, to me, like also a safety thing. So they know that they'll be safe inside that home. It's just structurally sound. A lot of like box trucks people bring up a lot of times too, like that is a super flimsy wall, right? There is hardly anything to that. So you need to build in your own structure. You need to bring that to it. And it'll still never be as good as probably an ambulance is. But I think for me, the number one reason to stick to specifically ambulances is just the messaging point on it, right? So these are people who maybe aren't asking for it and don't realize it, but that need a rescue, right? They need to be saved from what is going on in their life. And that's what these vehicles have done. That's what they're designed to do. That's what we all look at them and see them as these vehicles that save people. And so when we look at our vehicles, I want us to understand that that's still what this thing is, right? It's still a vehicle that is saving a person. It's just not a medical need. It's a social need, right? It's a personal need. It's some kind of lifestyle change need that this thing is saving them and moving them into this next phase in their life. Number one factor in actually being successful at making a change in your life is a change in environment. There's studies conducted due to heroin use and some other things in Vietnam with veterans specifically. And this idea that if all you do is change the location and change the environment that they're in to a new environment, that thing you wanted to change and stop doing or do more of, you're way more likely to be successful at that change if you change your environment. So that's a core piece of ours, is do the outreach somewhere where they're dealing with a problem, bring them out to a recovery location that's away from that problem, with the requirement that they continue to move further away from that problem in that second stage when they take the vehicle and take that new job somewhere, that they have a real good chance at success because they've moved kind of away from where they encountered that problem to begin with.
We're going to bring on our guest here in just a minute, but once again, this show would not be where it is right now without the help of a lot of great people. And I want to say thank you very much to support organizations like Daniel and Rescue Residents. Again, as soon as this video is done, I'll be putting up the QR code again. When you scan that QR code, that gives you an opportunity to donate, bid on auction items, and so much more to help us help them. So once again, my biggest message right now I can say is thank you for all of your help to these fine people.
Again, thank you to everybody that you just saw right there. Yeah, Daniel, if you need to run, that's fine. If not, stick around and learn a little bit about Patty and until the top of the hour. So, hello, Patty. How are you doing?
Hi,
Welcome to
Zach.
the show.
Nice to meet you. Daniel, I watched some of what you were doing. That is amazing. Thank you for all those efforts that you give to helping people have a roof over their head. And it's amazing. There's so many homeless veterans out there. And um, I really appreciate what you do.
We're just getting started, Patty, but I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely working on it. The goal is definitely there.
Yep. Well, Patty, you actually reached out to me this morning and you said, "Hey, you know what? I read the post that my sister in giving, Sarah Kuoku, put, and you said that you wanted to come on and join us. You are you in the same field as Sarah is, or are you working
I
with her?
am. Sarah actually got me started, and then we kind of split off and went our own ways. But I'm also a 20-year Air Force veteran, so a retiree, and so I'm always giving back to veterans. And I belong to the Tri-County Women Veterans Group here in the Villages in Florida, and we do a lot of fundraising and a lot of giving back as well. So whenever I get the chance to give back, it's a step in the right direction for me.
Well, I want to thank you first and foremost. Thank you for 20 years of dedication and service to the country. It is seriously people like you who make what we're doing possible. Because unless I'm free to say what I want to say, it kind of makes this a little bit difficult. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Patty, you've when you got out of the service, I'm going to ask you kind of the same thing I was asking Daniel. What was the thing that you struggled with getting back into quote unquote civilian life?
That's funny. I don't think I ever really had a struggle, except that I didn't have my college degree finished. And I had a hard time getting a job that I wanted to do, even though I had 20 years of experience in federal government contracting. They had just changed the rules that you had to have a 4-year degree to get back into that career field in civil service. So I turned around and I went back to college on weekends and for a year and a half, and got that degree finished while working full time at another job and raising my family. And once I got that degree done, I got back into the same job I did in the Air Force as a civilian with the federal service.
Let me and Patty, we'll start with you, and then Daniel, I'd like to get your opinion on this one as well. Would you? They're requiring a 4-year degree, but wouldn't you rather have somebody who's got like the experience working on these multi-million/billion-dollar things? Wouldn't you rather have that person working on it? And I mean, look, I can talk to you about being a veteran, but I don't have any experience in it. So I mean, why would you want to listen to me when you can listen to somebody who's had the experience?
Yeah, it was pretty frustrating because I had some friends who had retired and were never in my career field, turned around and got an internship, a 2-year internship doing that particular job, my job. And it was a 9, 10, 11, 12, even ended up retiring as 13s. And yeah, there was something definitely wrong with the system for sure.
Daniel?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think maybe those of us who have gone through it, like Patty and I, like, yes, I would much rather have someone with the experience that I know we get, and then make it up to us to like figure out how to get them, certifications and other things. So I'll give you my personal prime example that we have going right now where, all these ambulances, we're focusing on trying to get diesel ones. It doesn't have to be, but that's usually the best for hauling this heavy house behind it. So these diesel engines are no different than a diesel engine in a Humvee, right? So
Right.
I'm focused on, and we have working with us right now in the program, a diesel engine mechanic from the Army, right? So an Army 91 Bravo, I would rather have an Army 91 Bravo or a Marine like diesel engine mechanic than an ASE certified diesel engine mechanic. Like I know that they know how to work under the structure and the concepts that we have, and it also kind of pairs well with our mission. So yeah, I'd rather have someone with military experience doing the work that I know that they need to do. But it does mean, organizations that are not military organizations need to have the knowledge of what those jobs are. So when I say, hey, I'm a 91 Bravo, I don't know what that is. Like, I'm gonna need to, those organizations looking to hire people into those roles need to know what those MOS equivalents are, and a lot don't know how to do that.
Exactly.
That is just one of the things that I think is so frustrating. That we have people out there who have, once again, hands-on experience, and they're being told, you know what, you need to take and go back to school before we can hire you, which means these heroes who have already given up a huge portion of their life have to take and go through the struggle of going back to school, incurring more debt. And it's usually more debt because you don't go to the service to make money. So, you don't come out independently wealthy. So, incurring more debt just to try to get a job that you are probably over trained for, not qualified, but over trained for a lot of times.
Well, luckily enough, once you've done your 4 to 6 years, you come out with a GI Bill. If it's still there, I don't know. So many things keep changing. So I did get to go to school under the GI Bill. So that was just one of the benefits. But in between getting out, I did get a job through a temp agency where I worked with Kia Motors of America in New Jersey. And I must say that 5 years I was there was probably the best job I'd ever had. I don't. That was when Kia was just really starting out here in the U.S. and they had a lot of lemon law buybacks at the time. So when I walked in the door, I talked to my boss. I said, "Okay, what is your game plan with me? Where do you want me to work?" He says, "That's a good question," and he showed me how to print out this list of all of the customers that had problems with their vehicles that they needed to do lemon law buybacks or repairs on. It was to the tune of $4.8 million. And I had to go put my investigator hat on and go find these vehicles, get them repaired, and get them to auction. So it was a very interesting job. And then I went back into my civil service career. So, because my husband was still active duty, so I had to follow him to his next duty station.
Well, you know what? It looks like everything worked out.
It did.
I really do. I'm hoping that we can get past this and we can get veterans hired right when they come out. I mean, they're already trained more than 4-year degree is going to train somebody.
Absolutely.
To be honest.
I agree.
And I find it hard to believe that somebody can take in and argue the opposite side of that and make any sense. So, but Patty, one of the things that Sarah loves to talk about, and I want to get your side of this, is one of the things about mental health that drives mental health is physical health. So tell me about what you guys are doing.
So what I've learned in the past 4 years, because 4 years ago I got very sick, my immune system was shutting down. I lost 30 pounds in 6 months, and 3 doctors couldn't figure it out. So I ended up, I had a friend of mine who was doing epigenetic testing. She said, "Let me test you and see what's going on." So she explained to me what epigenetic testing was, which is they test your DNA and find out what is missing, what DNA may be damaged, and how to maybe start repairing some of it, because you can't change your DNA, as you've probably heard Sarah say, but you can sometimes repair the damage to some of those genes. And this is what happened. She did my testing. We sent it off to the genetic doc in Texas, to whom I went and visited. And he was able to pinpoint immediately what was going on with me, that I had a parasite eating me alive from the inside out from eating crab. They pinpointed a crab parasite with additional testing, along with Epstein-Barr and Candida and something else there. But anyway, once I got back here to Florida, I had to do a 4-month detox to get rid of the heavy metals, to get rid of the parasite, and help rebalance my whole system. And Zach, I don't know if you know, but of course, during the military, Daniel, we get so many jabs with so many different vaccines that, and they all have heavy metals in them. And those heavy metals get lodged in our body and our lymph nodes. And if you're not detoxing once a year to help cleanse your body, it's going to cause additional problems along the way.
Yeah.
That was just one of the things I've learned.
Well, Patty, we're going to continue to talk to you, but Daniel, you've got duty to the country that you've got to go and fulfill. So once again, you can get a hold of and see everything that they do at Rescue Residence at www.rescueresidence.org, www.rescueresidence.org, or you can call Daniel at 760-974-2501, 760-974-2501. If he doesn't answer, well, it's because he's busy, but he'll call you back, right? So
mostly got him to sleep. That's the only time I don't answer the phone. So.
Yeah. So, but Daniel, as always, brother, it's great to see you. Great to be able to talk to you. Any final words before you have to take out?
No, I appreciate you bringing us on here. It was great meeting you, Patty. I'm looking forward to digging more into this. I'll watch this segment and the other segments I'm going to have to miss here in a little bit. But appreciate you having me on. Hopefully helped out filling in your 4:00 in the morning slot. I knew I'm probably uniquely suited to be able to get up this early and be on a time slot that probably isn't getting filled. I'm up right now usually anyway, so just worked out.
Well, you know what? It's nice that I get to see you actually, because my first hour and a half, Comcast decided that they needed to do an update on my internet. So
That's
my
right time.
first hour and a half, I had to do from my iPhone.
Oh, lovely.
It's awful. And, I mean, look, I'm a large human, okay? I don't fit on a small phone screen. So I really don't. But
you hold it real close to you.
Yeah, there you go. That's how I take all my selfies, It's like 2 eyes and a nose. And it's I don't know. I can't figure that out. But once again, everything that you help by donating today, whether it's the silent auction, whether it's just a straight donation, whatever it is, by using the QR code that's ironically right there next to Daniel. There you go. Use that QR code. You can get all of the information about the auction, about everything else. And Daniel in Rescue Residence is going to get a portion of everything that comes in today. So, brother, I'll send that introduction to you and Kyle. Probably don't expect it today. But
no, it's fine. He already reached out, so we're gonna make it work.
Oh, okay, perfect. So,
yep.
I look forward to helping.
So appreciate it, Patty. Thank you.
Well, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you, brother.
Yep. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
All right. So yeah, Patty. And what can the genes specifically tell people that they need to know?
So with I specifically do nutritional genomics. And with nutritional genomics, it can pinpoint where your body is lacking converting, absorbing, and methylating the nutrition that you're putting into your body. So, for instance, my story 29 years ago or 30 years ago now, time just slips away, is I had 2 miscarriages and a tubal pregnancy. Well, those losses, interfered in my life and my mindset for 29 years. And it wasn't until I had my DNA health testing, or the epigenetic testing, that I found I had a double copy of a certain gene that doesn't let your body methylate properly. Folate is needed for your body to hold those pregnancies. And with that double copy, my body wasn't converting it properly. So if you don't know how your body is handling the nutrition that you're putting into it, there could be a lot of health issues that you just think something else is going on when it's definitely a gene issue.
Well, and what are doctors able to do when they find a gene issue?
Well, it definitely depends on what the gene is. With my particular company, we only test for 18 what we call actionable genes. And those actionable genes can be corrected, or when they're fed properly, can help the body recover itself. So, for instance, this is some nutrition that's specifically made for me, compounded based on my DNA results. So I'm not guessing what nutrition I need. That DNA result told me, oh, you need certain folate, you need a methylated version of folate, you need a methylated version of B12. So that's what's in my supplementation now.
No. I appreciate you first and foremost. I appreciate you reaching out to us today and taking part in what we're doing. It really means a lot to me that somebody who spent 20 years in the service finds good in this humble project to try to make sure that we're taking care of people who have served our country. Because look, while I didn't serve the country, I feel that we need to serve those of you who served the country. And stuff like what you're talking about here with the genes and all the products that you guys are bringing to us, these can help people go from. I've got a great friend who says this all the time: go from feeling crappy to feeling happy. So and matter of fact, we'll meet him today at 2:00 at a networking event. And so 2:00 Eastern, if you're not doing nothing, you can join us right back here live.
I may
for
just
some
do
networking.
that.
So
That would be
yeah,
perfect.
I will send you out the link that you can join that networking event.
Okay.
It costs absolutely nothing. It's called the Brainy Brunch, and it's
Brain brunch?
it's called the Brainy Brunch, and it's started by David Rocky, a really great friend of mine, and just because he's got a really cool name, David Rocky, I just call him Rock because that's what he is. But yeah, he and his wife started the Brainy Brunch, and I'll send you the link, and then you can come back on and reintroduce yourself to people here at around 2:00 today.
That'll be great. Something else that I've been doing the past couple of weeks, if you've not heard of it, is frequency healing.
No, ma'am, I haven't.
So over the past 30 years, they've been testing different frequencies on our genes to see how they can reactivate genes that have lost their power, because all of our cells need power. And for some reason, they get damaged and they start falling apart. So they found now frequencies, high and low frequencies, when merged to get into the cell, they start repairing the cells. And there's a few diseases out there that I can't say online, but they're healing them with frequency.
Well, Patty, how do people get a hold of you?
My phone number, 609-647-5002. I'm on Pinterest. I'm on Facebook as Patty Latch Daigle. I'm easily accessible. I'm still working on my website, but this is my business website. So,
Well, Patty, we will get you tagged. We will get you tagged, and please remember when you leave the session here, please make sure that you go on ahead and tag yourself in the comments on Facebook or something.
okay.
Not only do that, but also make sure that you tag 4 of your friends and a nonprofit that you support. Because if you tag 4 of your friends and 1 nonprofit, you are entered in for a chance to win a trip for 2 to Cancun.
Oh,
So
wow.
people, you can enter up to, let's see, 18 times now, because we're entering into hour number 4 already. Time is moving fast, which is
Wow.
kind of nice.
And
So,
Zach, what is the best place for me to find these at? Find the replays.
if you would like, you can scan the QR code up top, and it will
Okay.
send you to all of the links where we're at.
Let me grab my phone. Hang on.
Yes, that's fine. So we're going to be joined here in just a couple moments.
Sorry about that.
No, it's not a problem. But yeah, we're going to be joined at the top of the next hour by another really good friend, a Navy veteran, firefighting first responder veteran who had a couple struggles and has come up with
Okay.
a new way to help people through that. But Patty, I
Okay.
just wanted
Well,
to
thank you.
thank you so very much for joining us, and I really hope that that we can get you to keep in contact with us, and let's work together to make lives better for people.
Okay, and I will be making that donation to Daniel. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, my dear. It was
Okay.
great to meet you, and thank you for asking us to join with us.
Okay,
Thank
bye-bye.
you. Goodbye. Once again, she found us through someone else, and she reached out this morning and said, "Hey, I want to help." That's what we're looking for. We need the help. We need people who are looking to make a huge difference in these missions and these lives. While the 9 missions that we're raising money for today, while they're huge in this fight, it's the people that make the difference, and it's the people that we're working for. So please make sure that you check out Patty and her temporary website, which is right there on the screen, or you can, of course, give her a phone call at 609-647-5002, 609-647-5002. Again, thank you, Patty, for joining us. I greatly appreciate it. It means a lot to me personally. The Rev, who joined us first thing in the morning, who got to sit with me as Comcast was playing around with my internet, and he got to save the show the first hour as I'm trying to run around with very little cell service trying to do the first part of the show on my iPhone. Yeah, they got it fixed. So thankfully, but thank you for your participation today, Ref. Next up is a really good friend of mine. We have become fast friends. He and I are actually working on a project together, and I can't wait till we get to announce that to the world. Hopefully it can really take and help people who are going through difficult situations. But Daniel himself struggled with a few situations that we will be talking about. But the one thing that Daniel's done is he's created a program coming out on the other end to not just strengthen himself, but strengthen others. And I'm proud to introduce really good friend, a great guy, and just a look. I think it's going to be a name that you're going to be hearing a lot of because his program is going to help so many others. Mr. Timothy Mabry. How you doing, Tim?
I am doing fantastic. About yourself, Zach?
4 hours in. 4 hours in. Like I was just explaining, first hour and a half, no internet. So I'm trying to do this off an iPhone, and my iPhone, for some reason, I have this glow to where it looks like my head. You know, I no longer have a forehead. I have like an 8 head. You know, the forehead is much larger than just 4, but it looked like my head was being sucked up into the stratosphere, you know, because of the glow. So yeah, it was the first hour and a half of the show was pretty interesting. But how are you doing this morning, my friend?
Doing great. Waking up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I appreciate you joining us, Daniel. You had you had some very difficult times during your time in the Navy, and that led to problems when you joined the fire department, and all of it led to a very, very scary and difficult point of your life. Can you tell us about your journey and explain to people what you went through?
Yeah, definitely can. So my background is I was in the Navy before, and then I got into the fire department. I always had a passion to help people. I was never really taught true mental resilience. I was always taught how to charge into situations and neutralize them, but that was it. Nothing else on the back end. And after years of dealing with trauma from military and first responder world, I reached a breaking point. I didn't know what to do. I ended up having cries for help, reaching those points of almost no return. And I found myself in a moment of desperation looking to end it all and actually trying. Like I had an attempt on my life because I was in such a bad place. And out of that place, I'm like, I'm done with this. I'm done with feeling lost and alone and that there's no way out.
Your story, you're almost out, is a very scary situation because you were in a room with your wife right next door. What was it that made you go, no, I'm not doing this. I'm going to try this again?
It was a culmination of things. The first one being in that moment as I was pulling the trigger, I remembered all the suicides that I have seen. Sadly enough, the first responder world, it's glorified. It's not wrong. You do go charge into situations and you do things that the average person will never do. But what's never talked about or really seen is the dark side of being a public servant or even military. Military, it's been shown in some of the movies and shows. First responder world, no, it's over glorified. But I've seen so many suicides and the reactions. That's what brought me back. The one memory that truly pulled me off that edge was I remember seeing a dad come home. He had 3 or 4 kids. He had brought home Church's chicken and he put it on the table. He tried to get into the bedroom. He couldn't get the door open. So he pushed it. He broke it in and he found his wife hanging there. She ended up hanging himself on a pull-up bar with one of his ties. And I just remember seeing the kids' reactions when the dad told the kids, "Mommy's not here. Mommy's no longer with us. She's not coming home." And there were kids. The kids varied from, I believe, 12 to about 2 to 3. That was the youngest. The oldest kids understood what the dad was saying, what just happened. The little one had no idea and was eating the piece of chicken. She was eating a drumstick like nothing had ever happened. And then she was like, "Where's mom? I don't understand what's happening. Where's mom?" And that's what kind of put me back from the edge too, because at that time my wife was, I want to say she was like 37, 38 weeks pregnant. She was slated to give birth within a month. And I almost ended it. I was like, whoa, hold on. What am I about to do? I'm about to end it. And I'm about to cause this much problem and pain on a life that's never seen me before. I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. I was like, not today, Satan. Not today or ever. You're not going to get me. I'm not going to do that.
Tell us about the program well, actually, you know what? Let's go back a little bit and let's talk about your Navy. Let's talk about the things that happened to you in the Navy, things that happened in the fire department, and then what this has led to and the recovery and what that looks like.
Yeah, definitely. So I joined the Navy straight out of high school. I knew that I wanted to get in the fire world because I like to help people. I remember seeing my neighbor die in a house fire when I was in 6th grade. So she passed away in that fire, and I knew in that moment I wanted to be a firefighter. So throughout high school, I stayed out of the major party scenes for most of the time. I had access to do all the crazy stuff, but I'm like, I have bigger plans. I know I want to be a firefighter. I know I want to do these things. I'm like, I can't go into the crazy world like the average person might want to. And due to that, I started looking, okay, I want to do fire department. What's the best way to do it? And I started to find that in the fire, you get 5 extra points for being in the military. So I started to search for which ones. And I landed on the Navy. So I went in the Navy, and I went in unlisted. Well, I went in technically undesignated. So if you're in Navy and you know what undesignated means, that means you get put wherever they want you, not where you get to go. I was told by the recruiter, oh yeah, undesignated is one of the best jobs because you get to try out so many different jobs. You're not committed. It's like, heck yeah, that's awesome. Nope, that was a lie. I got one of the biggest lies ever.
I before you continue, I don't know about that one. When the Navy recruiter came to my house to try to get me, I hated running, but I loved to swim. And this Navy recruiter sat there in my front room and actually told me, "You don't need to run. You're joining the Navy. You need to swim." And there was something that just didn't sit right in those words. I'm like, wait a minute. They're not going to just let me swim. They're going to be running involved. I'm not going to like this at all. So, yeah, that was one of the pitches that I got right there. Was somebody telling me, "Yeah, you're in the Navy. You don't run, you swim."
It depends on what you do, but yeah, oddly, in boot camp you did swimming and you did running, but you did more running than you did swimming. Oddly enough.
Yeah, well, so I'm sorry about that. Like I said, you were talking about the recruiter and coming up with some BS, and that I had to get that out.
Oh no, you're good. Every recruiter or every branch has recruiters who will sell you on a unique lie or their own version of a story. And I found that out. So whenever I got enlisted or I went in undesignated under the premise of, oh yeah, I'm gonna try out different jobs. The job that I wanted at the time was damage controlman or DC. Basically, they do whenever the ship gets attacked, they do repairs. They also teach and train firefighting tactics to the rest of the ship. They're the primary firefighting team. I was about to say fire team, but that's a different concept than other branches. I was like, maybe hold on. And I first told my when I got my orders, I reached out to my ship's representative, and I told him, all right, I want to go work with the damage controlman. And he just laughed. It was in the email. Like he just but haha, you're serious. You're kidding, right? No. He's like, you're assigned to my division, like my group, and that's enginemen to work on engines, AC units, and pumps, like fire pumps and reverse osmosis. That's what I got put into. I'm like, I don't like this. Like, I am mechanically inclined. I can do it, but it's not something that I wake up in the morning like, yes, I get to go work on an engine. It's like, I gotta go work on an engine.
It is kind of funny how that happens to you sometimes.
Yes, it gave you some really unique technical skills, but it's not one of those like, I'm excited about doing this. It's like working in a normal job that you have to work, and you're like, oh, alarm goes off, so I really have to do this.
Yeah. Well, it would be kind of like me working at Dairy Queen. While I love eating Dairy Queen, I don't think I would love serving it to other people. Besides that, I'm not sure if they would ever get their stuff. You know, I'd probably eat it on the way to them, and I don't know what happened to it.
Working in a fast food joint, just because of that, I'll tell you, you get tired of it after a bit. You're just like,
oh yeah, yeah. So after everything that you got started with, things kind of started to make a drastic change in your Navy life.
Yeah. So when I got put to the ship, I was put in a department that was quite horrendous. And I say that because nobody knew really what was going on, in the sense of there wasn't communication. So I was by the two most senior people, the chief and the leading petty officer. He was an E6. So an E7 and an E6 were in charge of that department. And the chief, because I didn't really know tools, he would take me down in the bowels of the ship, like the lower levels, and he would quiz me on ships, like on tools. And if I didn't know what the tool was, I would get beaten with it. I would literally get beaten with wrenches, mostly wrenches and other types of tools. He's like, "What's this?" I don't know. Bam. So yeah, I was getting beaten with those tools. At the same time, the E6 was separating me from my shipmates and then making me do stupid tasks. Now, when he was separating me, it wasn't just we were chilling out and hanging out. No. He got the bright idea to take this real shy, insecure, sheltered kid who didn't know his head from his asshole, and to put him in situations where he could take advantage. And that gentleman, for months, because I got flown to the ship while I was on deployment, would say things like, "Frickin' Mayberry, what am I going to do to you today? Am I going to rape you or am I going to kill you?" As he grasped my inner thigh and would like grab it and kind of rub when he would do that. And that went on for months. So between getting beaten, being brand new, and what was happening, I ended up struggling. And what kind of made me struggle the most was he actually had tried to get into my bunk a few times, and he tried to pull me into it. I ended up getting this massive wrench. I mean, like, it was probably about this big, not even exaggerating, about a 3 foot long wrench. I took it out of the toolboxes and put it in my bunk, because I'm like, if he tries this again, I'm going to beat the crap out of him. And I actually did once. On his last attempt to try to get into my rack, I actually beat him with the damn tool.
He never got punished.
Not formally. not with that. Ended up having a psychological, well, not, I wouldn't call it a psychological break. I just made comments to somebody once, like, it's people like you who make me want to hurt myself. And I ended up getting put in the happy ward overnight. I was like, yay. And because of that, I ended up doing an NCIS investigation. The investigation, during it, I was told by the ship's master chief, once the investigation's concluded, no matter which way it goes, you're going to be getting discharged. I was like, what the hell? Like, this situation happened, and now I'm getting punished for it. And I didn't do anything wrong before. Hell, I was getting accolades and praises for stuff that I did that amazed everybody on the ship. But because I spoke out against being hazed, harassed, and assaulted, I got discharged. And I was like, what the hell?
After your unjustified dumping of the Navy, getting booted out of the Navy, you decided to start a career with the fire department.
Yeah, right out. So I got discharged on May of 13. Within 3 weeks of getting discharged, I had signed up for a fire academy. And a couple of weeks after that, so within a month of being discharged, I joined a volunteer fire department before I started the academy. So it was back to back. Hey, getting discharged straight into something else. But when I got discharged, I was told it was rapid. I had less than a week to process out. I think the branches call it PCOS. But yeah, less than a week. Hey, you're going to be home. You're getting discharged. Because I ended up fighting the decision to discharge me. And the appeal, it went up to, I think, a 1 or a 2-star admiral. And it got declined. So yeah, they're like, all right, I want to say it was a Thursday or Friday, I was told. And they're like, by Tuesday, you're going to be home. Like, you will be home by Tuesday. I'm like, what? So I had to do all the entire discharge process within a couple of days. Pack up, send out, everything. It was that quick. And I was just lost. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have much money. I didn't have anywhere to go. If my parents wouldn't have taken me back, I would have ended up on the street or living in my car. That's really what would have happened for me.
Your chief said something to you that changed your whole direction and really kind of opened your eyes to a very, very large problem that you've done something with that can go on both sides. Navy veteran, first responder, it can help both of them. Can you explain what's going on there?
Yeah, definitely. So in the fire department, whenever I was having a major struggle, my cry out for help, I had actually gotten in some trouble. I was withdrawn. I was extremely depressed, anxious. I just didn't really care as much as I used to. And it became evident. Now, as a part of that problem, when I got written up, my chief and captain asked me, Mabry, are you okay? Because this behavior isn't like you. And I responded, no, not at all. Not okay. My battalion chief couldn't look at me, and he just said, and my captain said, "Oh, okay." Then they continued on with the write-up and suspension. About 8 to 9 months after that situation, I ended up talking with my battalion chief and asked him what happened. In that moment when I had my cry for help, why didn't you help me? And he said, because I couldn't help you because I can't help myself. I don't know how to help myself. And that statement really struck a chord with me, because here's a gentleman who'd been doing this way longer than I have, who has a lot of certifications and experience that I look up to, and he didn't have the answers. He was lost himself. And I started to see that problem, not just in the fire service. It goes everywhere. Every branch of the military, public safety, and even in the corporate world. It's prevalent. It's there. And it's heartbreaking, because right now in America, we're having an epidemic of mental health crises in different degrees. When we see a mass shooting, it's a mental health crisis.
Yeah.
Nobody in their sane mind is just going to go and kill for fun. Military will kill for an objective. They're not, most of the time, they're not going to go out there and just kill for the hell of it. It's, hey, there's a clear defined objective that we're going to do to save the lives of people. It's a necessary evil. The moment you start doing it for fun means you're having a psychological issue. But how do you solve that? You solve that by actually giving a shit about other people.
So this led to the creation, Tim, of Lead Through Fire. Tell us about
Yes.
Lead Through Fire.
So Lead Through Fire, that was born out of this trauma and situations, because being a fireman and being a fire officer, my job was to teach and train new people on how to go into a fire, and then to do the exact same. We were to do education on, like, with kids. Hey, when you hear a smoke detector go off, stop, drop, and roll. If you're on fire, when that detector goes off, your house is on fire, you wake everybody else up and get them out. So we're teaching people how to lead through a fire situation. And I realized that right now, our world is on fire, and not in a good way. The United States is struggling with so many problems, and it's all in the mind. Because if you look at our business, like in businesses, in the way business is now perceived, it's not about people. It's about the bottom dollar. The fire world, it's no longer about the people you serve. It's about me. It's about getting that promotion. It's very selfish. And that's what's happening. But the art that's being lost is true and active communication in different fields. So I teach people how to overcome their struggles, whatever they're dealing with, to get to the other side. And let them know, hey, you're not alone in this. Because the moment you feel alone, the moment you isolate yourself or others, is the moment your company, your employees, your own stuff is going to go down, and not in a good way. And it's tough.
If somebody implements Lead Through Fire business-wise, what's the best thing that they're going to get out of it?
Well, the best thing that they're going to get is retention. So retention and a great culture. Right now, one of the bigger problems that I found is a third of America's workforce is on its way out. And they're being replaced by younger generation, Gen Z.
Yep.
And not many people know how to communicate effectively with Gen Z. Fortunately, that's what I dealt with, or not dealt with. I had the opportunity to empower these individuals. And it's no different than talking with somebody else. It's just, you got to figure out what their true want is, what their need is. When people feel accepted, they're vulnerable. And when they're vulnerable, you're able to truly get through to them, to make them feel that you care and that you're for them. And by doing that, you're able to curb and head off bigger problems. Because now, if I truly know how Zach behaves, and today, let's say you're a go-getter, you're out there, you're energetic, and you're positive, but you start coming in, you're a little bit later, you're withdrawn, you're a little delayed, you're not happy, you're not smiling. Those are initial warning signs. And as a boss, as a true caring individual, when you see that, like, oh, something's up, let me actually ask him. Let's see what's driving. And that's how you head off these situations, is by true and open communication. And that's what I teach. So specifically, I'm hitting up middle managers and veterans, first responders, who are in the process of wanting to promote, but they're also teaching the Gen Z. Because what's happening is they're getting so overwhelmed and stressed out and paranoid that, oh, I can't teach these people. I don't know how to engage them. We're having high turnover. So now they're having another mental burden. So it's implementing this into the business, into their lives, to say, look, you're going to have effective communication with these individuals. So when you're communicating effectively and you're flowing, you're also solving your problems, because you feel heard, you feel understood, and that people care about you. Depression, anxiety. Depression is letting the past hold you back. Anxiety is letting the future hold you back because you're so afraid of it. What they both have in common is isolation. Depression, you're pushing everybody away because you don't want to be around them. You're afraid your past is going to haunt you. Anxiety has you afraid of the future because you're going to make a mistake. By practicing being in the moment and truly paying attention to others as well as yourself, you're going to heal. And that's what implementing this does into your life and your business, is you're going to have great communication with people. You yourself are going to start to feel better. You're going to be happy. Instead of hitting that snooze button, like how I was on the ship of, oh God, I got to wake up and I got to go work on engines. Now you can be like, heck yeah, I get to go fight fires. I get to go and do what I really did want to do, what I signed up to do. Is that shift. And once you have that shift in your company and your business, or even your crew, you're going to be unstoppable. You're going to create a team that's resilient, who really cares about each other. That's an actual brother or a sisterhood.
Tim, I ended up having internet problems this morning, and so I'm running a little behind. We've got to play another interview that I did yesterday. Ironically, this gentleman was also a first responder, and he's got a program for first responders. So, but I always enjoy talking to you. Let me ask you one last question before I cut you loose. I give you a magic wand for Lead Through Fire. What does that magic wand do to make Lead Through Fire work better?
Well, the magic wand would be well, for the ultimate goal for this is to create a certification program that people actually get. Say, hey, I'm certified at leading through the fire. And I'd like to have one for first responders and then have one for the business world. Like, now I'm a lead through fire trainer. I am certified in this, which means I know how to effectively communicate and lead a team through the fires. So it would be that, and to where this message and branding is so far out there that it's creating a movement of true change within the workforce and within this world.
No. Brother, as always, I send my love, I send my respect, and I send my thanks to you and all the hard work that you're doing. Please make sure to reach out to Tim if you want any more information. Timothy at lead-fire.com. Timothy at lead-fire.com. Or you can call him at 210 639 0607. 210 639 0637. Tim, as always, brother, I look forward to finishing up this project that you and I got started now that all this kerfuffle is here and getting it kind of put away until next year. We can work on this project, and next year maybe the project that we're working on together can coalesce with this or coincide with this, and we can really try to help some people out. But keep up the good work, man. Keep up everything. How your child, let's how old now, and everything healthy, and what's it like for you as a father knowing you damn near gave that up?
Oh, it's hard. Like whenever I see her smile, because she'll be 2 in June, and we just had another one 3 weeks ago.
Congratulations, brother. I did not know that.
Thank you. Yeah. So now father of 2, but when I saw my daughter the first few months after it all ended, and I started to really see her perk up and happy and smiling, I was like, I wouldn't have gotten to see this. And I still think about that every so often. I was like, if I would have done that, my son wouldn't be born. My daughter and my wife would not be the way they are today. My daughter would be more than likely sad and miserable instead of the bright, bubbly child she is. So for me, that's a tough thing to see, but it's exciting because I'm like, you know what? I know the pain that I could have caused, and I almost did. Now I can help other people. Now I can truly affect change in this world in the way that I wanted to, and I will.
Well, again, 210-639-0607, 210-639-0607. You can also go to, is it leadthroughfire.com?
It's lead-fire.com.
Lead-fire.com. So, Timothy, thank you for joining us. I look forward to talking to you much more and working with you on other things to try to support what you're doing. So, but thank you, sir.
Well, thanks for having me, Zach, and having a wonderful rest of the podcast. And I look forward to working with you further.
Yep. We'll keep doing that. We'll keep going. So thank you very much. Timothy Mabry. Look, like I said, the kid went through. This is the first time he's explained about the physical abuse that he took, and the first time that I remember hearing about this, he's opened up about this a lot more in a little bit of time. Timothy was also on our Footprints Forward podcast, and I mean, he's been very open with it, but you know, I come at people like, you know, an angry bull sometimes. So, you know, but his story is amazing. And I am personally, I'm sure I'm really glad that he's around for his daughter and his brand new son. Once again, congratulations on both of the kids. Kids are a wonderful thing. Sometimes, other times, well, there's closets, right? No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said it, but I didn't mean it. You know, my kids would never stay in a closet, not even with bungee cords. Yeah, I didn't do that either. Hey, I want to thank everyone who has made this possible. We are approaching hour number 5 already. So, where we had one hell of a start, it's moving along really well, and we've got to hear from some very awesome people. and we're having a great time. And I want to make sure to reach out and say thank you to everyone who has helped me put this on, and invite you to continue to help us put this on. So to everyone who has made this possible, I mean, the best thing I can say is thank you from the bottom of my heart. Maybe. Joining us now is a guy I met a couple weeks ago. Consider him a really good friend. More importantly, he's a really, really good guy. Lot of hero services, Kyle. You your work with in the medical field and EMT and all this other stuff really makes you valuable to your community, and I think valuable to what we're doing, because you can bring to light some of the things that are needed by so many. So I'd like to introduce Kyle Goodnight of KyleGoodnight.com. Tell us a little bit about what you're trying to do, my friend.
Hi, everybody, and thanks for having me. I appreciate it, Zach. So my name's Kyle Goodnight. I'm a first responder paramedic. I'm also a respiratory therapist. I was a therapist first, and then I went over into into the first responder world about 20 years ago. Total of 26 plus years in the healthcare field and first responder stuff. So 20 of it is first responder. So what I'm actually doing is I've had an incident where I had my own PTSI. It was a blind side, I call it, because it was not expected, and I found myself in a rut. Right, I found myself in a spiral, and I was trained well enough with my mentors that I was able to raise my hand and say, "Hey, something's not right. I don't know what's wrong. I just know it's not right." Right?
Right.
My mentor came to my home a day after my shift when all this stuff went down, and it wasn't just one thing. It was the same thing, but multiple times in a very short period of time. And she deemed me to like, hey, are you willing to go get some help? And I said, absolutely. I was like, because I don't like feeling like this. I know it's gonna cause problems in more parts of my life, and not just with my work. So I went and got some help, and got on the other side of it. And then I'm sitting there in a class one time, a big lecture. It was a seminar about EMS, and it's the same stuff up on stage. It's 12 leads, it's trauma care, it's difficulty breathing, the difficult airway. And I'm like, yeah, those are all great, and we train on that a lot. One thing we've never got training on is how to build and fortify ourselves. From the beginning of my career, and goes back into the schooling. I went to school back in 97, so that ages me. There was no hospital, there was no training on the hospital side respiratory about resilience and how to package things properly when we see what we see. And in EMS, there wasn't any training back then for us ourselves. I ended up speaking to several people as I started to build this course, because when I was sitting in that classroom, I'm like, I need to build a course about us. That because I know we have a problem, we have a stigma, we have that inability to say, hey, I do feel a little wonky as a whole, as a first responder whole, and that includes firefighters, EMTs, police, emergency dispatchers, corrections officers, all those first responders, right? And I ended up talking to several during my research on this. I talked to one police officer who was like, I said, hey, how much training do you get in the academy? He's like, 2 hours. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. 2 hours a week. That's what you guys are doing now. That's great. You guys totally need that. He's like, no. He's like, 2 hours for the entire time we talk about ourselves. And I'm like, oh, that's a problem. 2 hours isn't
Yeah.
enough. We know it takes anywhere between 66 days and 285 days, I think, as the research said, to establish a habit. And to establish self-care and to establish resilience, you need to do it over time with someone who's been there and done that and can help you. So basically, that's what I'm doing. I've created a course. I've found some very good tools and knowledge and things that tie a lot together. That things that tied together for me, including before I became a medical professional. So like it goes back that far. And a lot of people don't understand that that's tied together. Our brain health, our communication with our family, whether that's you're married and have a wife and kids, or whether that's your parents when you're a young EMT or a young firefighter or police officer and you don't have a true family yet. You may only have your family as in your mom and dad and brothers and sisters or whatever your dynamic is. That is still important too, because if they don't understand your world, then that's a stressor, right? And of course, it's not all about the stress we see on scene. It's not all about that. It's the stress about your home life. You're away from your family for extended periods of time. And this is why it even goes into like the hospital realm. Hospital realm people, I worked 12-hour shifts at the hospital, sometimes 3 days in a row, sometimes over weekends where everything was going on with the rest of my family because they're not in healthcare, or most of them weren't in healthcare. My wife is. My wife's a nurse. So, I mean, that was a double whammy, right? So it was one of those things where it's not just what we see in what we deal with at the job. It's also what we deal with at home. I mean, the other day it snowed 8 inches in like an hour here where I live. And I wasn't there to help clear it all, and that doesn't feel great. I want to be
Yeah.
there, like my wife's out there with her broken finger trying to because the dog's broke her finger a couple months ago and it's still healing. She's out there trying to move 8 inches of snow. That's not fun for her. I don't like that. My garage door, anytime it's ever anything, any problems that happened, and this is Murphy's / first responders law, if you will. If anything goes wrong, it's when you're on duty, right? Car broke down when she was 8 months pregnant. I couldn't get to her. I was in the middle of a shift, garage door bust. She can't get out of the garage to go to work and I can't, I'm not there to help lift it because it's a heavy, once that spring, everybody knows once the spring breaks, it's a very heavy door. But luckily, we have neighbors, thank God. But, that's all part of it. It's not just what we see on scene. It's how we bridge the gap and how we come back home and present ourselves too. If we present ourselves under that same stress that we were just in, then that's not good for our kids, our parents, our wives, our husbands, our significant others, whatever you want to call, who you have at home, who you come home to, your own dogs. If you live by yourself as a first responder and you come home to your dogs, and maybe that's a little caveat because dogs always make me happy no matter what, and unless they've got diarrhea or sick, then I'm really cranky.
Yeah. I got one right now that was pushing up my elbow just a second ago. I kind of look like
I'm surprised mine haven't come and showed their faces. I got big
Yeah.
dogs. I got 5 dogs. So.
Real quick question for you. First off, I want to kind of remind people out there that one of the things that you as EMS has to deal with every day, as just a normal citizen, how aggravating it is when other people are driving. Imagine having to get to a place very quickly, and not because you're running late, because someone's life is in danger
Right.
with the way that these other people drive. Okay,
Yeah.
so that would be one thing. Kyle, please explain to me the difference between PTSD and PTSI.
So how I understand it, and this is the PTSI is a newer term they're starting to use, and even we unfortunately lost a firefighter out in the California area in the beginning of February. And I say we, I mean first responder world. And they put on the public announcement that he succumbed to his struggles with PTSI. So people are starting to use the I, and the I stands for injury or incident. So D is a disorder. I believe when it comes to the disorder, it's a long-term process that is it is a true known disorder. Read the book, The Body Keeps the Score, and they talk, very, very deeply about, everything that goes into the disorder of, post-traumatic stress. Where the PTSI comes in is an injury, an incident, something that happens that it affects you in a way, just that single incident affects you in a way that you feel the same the same feelings that eventual PTSD people have, but you feel it more abruptly and more acutely, if you will. So, and then, all PTSIs can go into PTSD. Now, the nice thing is if we know that there's PTSI, okay, I just had an incident that I don't feel right. 2 weeks afterwards, and I'm talking like when it comes to time frame, not the day of. A lot of times we can package things well in the first day or two, and then like a week later, something reminds you, and you get the shake. Have you ever got the shake? Anybody's ever got the shake? You think of something because our mind is very powerful. I chop my fingers off on the top of my finger off on a table saw, and once in a while, I'll think of that moment when my finger hit the blade and I shake, and that's a PTSI, right? Now I can move on, right? Literally, I'm not worried about it now. I'm not dreading on it now. But it's those PTSIs are those little incidences that give you the shake, that give you that weird feeling. That if you can start to understand that that's what that is, you can package it properly. I'm not saying like, okay, every incident you need to dive deep into therapy. And in even the word therapy anymore, there's so many new things you can do that doesn't involve the word therapy that people don't understand. And that's another thing that I'm bringing to my course is is it's not about talk therapy all the time, right? It's about things that you can do for yourself, the mindset, the self-care, the mindfulness and thinking, and how you perceive things. So and then if it gets to the point where you need some form of guidance, there's like I said, it's hard not to say the word therapy, but there's EDMR, there's hypnotherapy, there's all kinds of stuff out there that are proven to make a difference and even destroy years and years and years of trauma of any sort, right? Now, is it overnight? No, just like it's not overnight that you have a PTSD situation. So, my PTSI was, I didn't even realize that it was something that stemmed from my youth until about 3 months ago. And we're sitting in, if this is evergreen, we're sitting to, February 21st of 2024. My incident that sent me for a loop was 5 years ago. And through the process of dealing with that, I came out on the other side feeling great about things and understanding and packaging it properly. I can go on calls now that are similar to the one that happened with me, multiple ones that happened to me in a row, and it was, and my coworkers know that this type of run, they need to check in with me if we go on that kind of run again, because with in EMS, we never know where we're going to get. I mean, hell, I delivered my first baby in 25 years a month ago. You just never
Yeah.
know what you're going to get, right? So it's one of those things where the communication, stripping away the stigma. I think if there's one major message, is that stigma that surrounds us as first responders, that we have to be tough and that we train for this. That's the double-edged sword, or that's the conundrum. A lot of people think that we trained for this. We trained to be able to see the hard stuff. We trained to how to fix it or how to deal with it in the moment. We didn't train for the aftermath. We are starting to, as a whole. I did talk to a couple of EMS class people that run paramedic programs, and I asked them straight up, hey, do you do anything about mental health for the person? Like, not mental health runs where we go and we deal with the mental health patient, but for us. And he said, we're starting to sprinkle it in, because COVID kind of helped that, which is great. A couple of good things that came out of COVID and the shutdowns and the mental health strain that COVID caused, it brought a lot of that up to the light, and people are a little bit more open about it. The stigmas aren't completely stripped, but they're peeling away, right? So if there's, that my course, first thing we talk about, no matter what, we have to make sure that you come in with a completely open mind and that you have zero stigma towards what you're trying to fix yourself or fix. If it's a loved one that comes into my course, that they're trying to make sure that they don't have a stigma of their loved one that puts them without being able to communicate, issues. So,
One of the things that while you were sitting there talking, one of the things that I remember, one of the that I have with post traumatic is I slipped on ice, and my foot hit our stone house, and it completely detached my ankle from my leg. And I remember the EMT coming to take me in, and I made a little bit of a sound when I went to go try to move or something like that, and the guy goes, "It's okay if you holler. I mean, that looks like it hurts." And I'm like, "Yeah, but is it really going to do me any good?" And he goes, "It probably make you, probably make you feel a little bit better." And I'm like, "Yeah, I doubt that very seriously, But I love." I knew what it would do is it would just, bring more attention. But
Right.
yeah, that was a fun time. I couldn't imagine what they thought of when they first walked into the yard, though, because it was the middle of winter.
Mm.
Obviously, there was ice on the ground. You don't get a lot of ice on the ground in the middle
There
of
he
summer.
is.
So, hi, go now, please. But my dad came out of the house and threw a cover over me. So these EMS guys come walking up. There's a covered up body on the ground, So I couldn't imagine what they were thinking. It's like, going, "Wait, I thought we were here for a leg
For a broken
injury
leg, yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
but let me ask you this: your wife, yourself,
working in this, do you two often talk to each other about stressors, or is it better for the relationship and for yourselves to talk to someone else and not, because I could see how, you've got that old saying, leave work at work, leave home at home. And look, that's impossible for anyone. That's
Yeah,
just
it-
that's
that-
that's the
yeah.
way it is. It's impossible for anyone. But I would imagine it would really be difficult to do that if you two would like really need to talk to each other about that,
Right.
To a point. So how do you two manage that?
Well, we didn't manage it for a while, and that's why we faced divorce at one point in time in our marriage. About 12 years in, I came home from a shift, and she's like, "Hey, I'm done," and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm moving out," and I'm like, "Wait, whoa, what? Hold on." So it was one of those things where that was through unpackaging all of that, we spent 2 years unpackaging and reconciling our marriage, which was fine. Out of 24 years so far, 2 years is a drop in the bucket.
Mhm.
And I'm totally happy, that my kids got to grow up in a, because they were younger then. They were probably 9 and 6, 5 and 8, right around there. So they got to grow up in their informative years with a combined household and not split up. So that was nice, and that was one focus that her and I had. But what we found during that process was that we were in a crazy cycle. And the crazy cycle comes from the book, Love and Respect. And what it is, hey, I'm not showing you love, so therefore you're not going to show me love. Or I'm not showing you respect, so therefore I'm not showing you respect. And that comes with, not talking about our jobs, not communicating. So another big part of what I talk to people about is communication. Communication in general can open up a lot of doors. You don't have to go into detail. You don't, like HIPAA rules. We're really not allowed to go into detail. We can do some generalities. There's plenty of people that I've seen be like, "Hey, I saw your wife the other day," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, where'd you see her? Store?" And like, "No, I was in the doctor's office. She didn't tell you?" I'm like, "Oh hell no, she don't tell me she sees anybody we know. Like that's not allowed. That's she can get fired for that." Like I'm like, now that you told me that you go to her practice, I still can't even go back and ask her about what you guys discussed, right? I can just, "Hey, oh, by the way, I heard that blah 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 goes to your practice now." And she goes, "Oh,
Hey,
that's nice."
Lloyd just
She
told
doesn't
me
even
about
agree.
his warts. What did you see?
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, even when I'm like, "Oh, by the way, I bumped," and we're talking about neighbors. I mean, I've got neighbors come up to me years later and be like, "Oh yeah, well, I saw Jen today. She was busybody all around the office," and I'm like, "Oh, okay. You must go to her practice." "Yeah, you didn't know that?" I'm like, "Yep." And then even when I go back and talk to her, I'm like, "Oh, I found out that this neighbor goes to your office now." She's like, "Okay, that's nice." And she doesn't, like, it's like she shuts it down. It's so nice, right? But when it comes to what we see at work and what we deal with at work, because she's a pediatric nurse, and there's parents just, I'm telling you right now, it's not the pediatrics that's the problem. It's some of the parents, right? Just like
Mhm.
typical, like when dogs are a basket case, it's their handler, right? Their handler
Yeah.
doesn't know how to control the dog. So, but she has a high stress environment as well, um, and we are now, the communication has been fixed. We've done it with our kids. We don't sugarcoat anything with our kids, at age appropriately, mind you. You don't come home and talk about the crazy stuff sometimes, but hey, by the way, dad had a pretty rough night last night. We had a pretty important call, and just, if I feel a little off today, just, that's what it is. I'm going to do my best to try to get myself in the present to make sure that I'm here for you as well, and I'm not distant. So communication is really the key. And yes, we do share with one another our struggles at work. Now, we get to the point where we're trying, I do my best not to try to get, if it's something that is um stressful to me, and is not, and it got me into a fit of discomfort or anger at work, I try not to get back into that anger at home when I'm telling her what my day was like. And that's the important thing. And we do listen to each other. We do give support to one another. And it's better now, of course, than it's ever been, because we've just got so much practice at it, right? And it's not perfect when you first start out trying to communicate your outside of the home world with your loved ones, but it's just a matter of appropriately and legally being able to explain what you have gone through, and that why you may feel a little off today, and things, hey, what makes me feel good is to sit down and build Legos with you, buddy. If I come home and I'm like, hey bud, I know you said earlier that you like to build Legos with me. Let's go ahead and build some Legos for a couple of minutes, and just let's do something together, so I can get away from what I dealt with yesterday at work, and I can focus on you. So communication, I think, is honestly the bottom line of what we need to do when it comes to our loved ones and our jobs. And that can be tough. Sometimes people don't want to hear it, and that can be something where a third party person, not a counselor, a moderator of some sort, somebody who is trained to unpackage. That's one thing that when we went through our couples therapy, we were able, our third party person wasn't like a shrink. He was more of a moderator, right? He was a counselor. And what he was able to do was, like, the words that came out of my mouth that she didn't understand, he was able to, like, say, hey, what he really means in guy talk for you to understand is this. And that's one thing we learned during that process, is that she communicates a little bit differently than I do, and how to unpackage what I'm communicating, right? So
That would be, those moderators, they've got to have nerves of steel, because you gotta go to that point where I'm not trying to mansplain something to you,
right.
but what and I see a lot of times that there are conversations that you're in an argument with somebody where two people are saying the exact same thing, but they're saying it different, and it comes across as you're arguing, and it's like, we're not arguing, we're saying the exact same damn thing. Look, I just say it this way, you say it that way, but it means the same thing. Let me ask you this, because this is one of the things, and see, I wrote this down, and like we were talking about earlier, if I write it down, I'm going to see it after we're done, and I'm going to be like, we didn't even get a chance to ask that. So what are the difference between what are the stressors difference between an EMS and respiratory therapy? Because
that's a good one. Oh my gosh, that's a great one. So respiratory therapy, if people don't know what that is, we're the ones that deal with the ventilators and breathing treatments. And we're basically, the easiest way to say it, to understand it, is we're a nurse specifically for the respiratory system, airway and lungs. We do have some cardiopulmonary departments that sometimes we do some cardio stuff, and they're combined. But I worked at 3 different level 1 trauma centers. You see all kinds of stuff come into level 1 trauma centers. One of them was a pediatric level 1 as well. So I saw some crazy stuff, kids being burnt, dipped in water, blah, all that kind of stuff. I've seen some wonky stuff. And I think the difference where the stressors are there is you don't really have any downtime. You just have to go to the next patient. And there's also the fact that most hospitals help more people than they don't, right? More people survive their stay at the hospital than die at a hospital. A lot of people think, well, I don't want to go to the hospital. But people die there. Well, people die on our roadways way more than our hospital systems. But when it comes to the stress between the two, when we're done with a run, sometimes we don't ever find out anything about what happened to that person. We're lucky enough now, my department now will have a digital format for our charting, and I can click a button that says follow up, and we have a team that follows up. We have different people for each hospital in our local area that have connections to get in HIPAA permitted, to get the information after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, ever long it takes to get the diagnosis from them of what happened with that person, and we get follow up. We get closure, right, with that. And I think that's a big thing, where for a lot of times people that don't have the closure, the wondering if what I did helped, or if it didn't help, what could I have done differently, and then critique my care, right? So respiratory wise, it's high stress, and the fact that I've had 5 ventilators one time in a 12-hour shift that came into the ER, and 3 of those were overdoses that were dropped off on our front porch, right? You're like, whoa, that's a stressful situation.
Yeah.
That was also for me a very adrenaline rush for me, and it was stressful in the moment, but I knew that I was doing everything in every single moment to help that person survive, and that is helpful, right? So then I see that person walk out of the hospital later on that day, or 2 weeks from then if they get put in the ICU, or traumas that come in and I see them, after surgery, up because with respiratory we kind of float the hospital. We're not always in the ER, or we cover the floors, we cover ICUs, and we rotate. So there's times when you see and you have the ability in the hospital to walk up and see how a patient was doing that you came into the ER. So there's a lot more closure, and a lot more, you see a lot of the things that happen on the backside where they survive or they get better, and that feels good, and you don't have those same stressors that were crazy in the moment. You see things, I mean, I've had a patient where he dove into a pool, broke his neck. Well, I became pretty close to him in the ICU setting because I cared for him for weeks. And after that was all said and done, him and his family, because we got to be so close, they invited me over for a visit at their home to see his home life now that was changed. And he was an ex Big Ten football player, right? And it was one of those things where, you know, I got to see how he, unfortunately, yes, he is paralyzed, but he is living a life and his brain is still intact, and he is still able to have a conversation. And I got to see that. So that the stressors of his injury that were on me during that time, they're not there, because I know that he got to the backside of it with some form of life, right? And that's very helpful. So it is a big difference between the respiratory stress and the EMS stress. Sometimes with the EMS stress, there's things, because I personally, and a lot of us, I would think, a lot of first responders, they operate in the community that they live in, or they're close to, or they
Yeah.
get close to. My specific PTSI, it affected my whole family. The person I was unable to help because they were already gone was actually a friend of my daughter. And when I came home, she was crying, and I'm like, "What's going on, babe?" And she's like, "My friend just died, and somebody I go to school with." And I'm like, "Oh my God." And she looked on my face and knew that I was on that run, because she put two and two together, that we live really close to where her friend lives, and that I was at work and then I just came home. And she was like, "Oh my God, you were on that." And I'm like, "Yeah, but babe, I was." And, why couldn't you help her, dad? I mean, come on. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, sorry, but
No,
that's one of
no.
those things that, I mean, here's where it kind of creeps up sometimes. It's like I couldn't help her friend. They were already gone. There was nothing I could do, nothing my team could do. And that hurts, because it's one of those things where you don't want your daughter to look at you like you were supposed to do a job, dad, and you couldn't do it. Well, unfortunately, they were already two gone before I got there. But yeah, that was the beginning, and then I had multiple runs after that that were the same concept, the same situation. And it was like, maybe it was that was a big one, because it wasn't just the girl, it was her whole family. And mom and dad and brother as well. So it was devastating to the community. It was devastating to myself. It was devastating to my crew. I ended up, one of my groomsmen was best friends with the dad back in high school and early college. There was just too many connections, right?
Too many connections. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was a rough one, right? And then a month later, we had 9 of these runs in a row. And and it was like, what is going on? And it was like, okay, hold on a second. There is something not right here with me internally. And it was, and luckily, like I said, I raised my hand and got some help, and I'm on the backside of it now. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, yes, you saw me get emotional because, the family factor came into it, and I still think of it once in a while, but it's packaged better. it's not packaged in a way that brings me stress. It brings me understanding, and it's been put in a place where if it does creep up, or if I ever go on a run like that again, which I have, I'm in a better place to know that it's not going to affect me the same way, because I went to my tool bag. I figured out what tool needs to be to fix it. And then if I ever get back to that case, I know where that tool is. Just like I carry a first in bag. I know exactly where my ambu bag is to breathe for someone is. That's the same concept that I'm teaching when it comes to my course, is that I want people to have a mental first in bag when they need help, or they don't feel right, or they built these tools, they've packaged them properly, and they know where to go in the bag to grab the tool that could help them with that. And if that tool doesn't work, what's the next tool? Well, there's plenty of tools out there now. It's not just one-stop shop. There are plenty of tools in the toolbox to help us to package things properly.
Kyle, I want to thank you so very much, and just to let you know, I please send your wife my love, my respect.
I will do.
When you got emotional just a minute ago, and when you told me about how the parents are one of the worst part, you're right. I remember my son being 2 years old, and we had to rush him in because his oxygen level was really, really low.
Yeah.
And they couldn't draw blood from my son. They kept missing. And I remember telling that nurse, and I mean, I apologized to her up and down that night, but I mean, still, I remember looking at her, telling her, you know what, if you stab him one more time and don't get it, I'm going to stab you. I was, my son just looked up at me and goes, Daddy, she's hurting me. And I'm like, you're sitting there and like tears running down my face.
Yeah.
Your kid's saying,
and that's a PTSI right there. You don't want your kid to get hurt. I mean, if we had all the time in the world, my daughter got put in the ICU and went on ventilator support because I didn't make the decision properly to get her help early enough. There's that one. That messed me up, because it was like, wait a second, I didn't make a decision, and I'm a paramedic. I should have seen this coming, and unfortunately, I didn't.
There's nothing in this world that'll make your life change worse or more than your kids.
Oh, no doubt.
The decision that you made on your kids. So,
yep, exactly.
Hey, I want to thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I do want to mention this. I'm sure that people are watching this. You see my email address and whatnot, but I'm also putting on a free webinar on March 1st. I can give Zach here the link that people can go and find that webinar and sign up for it. Come to get to know me a little bit more. I have a couple of things that can help you in the moment during that webinar. It's not the full course, of course not. Remember, we talked about 66 to 285 days, but it is definitely something where I want to make sure that anybody watching this, whether you're a first responder, a family member of a first responder, in nursing, hospital work, any type of high stress situation, I really feel as I was building this, that this could actually extend out to anybody in high stress. A lot of the same concepts are anything with high stress, not just first responder and what we see. So, because we know that there's heck, one of the most stressful jobs I ever had was when I was in the corporate world, and developing medical products. That was a very high stress job for some reason. And I'm like, nope, I want to go back to clinical. And if I have to pump on someone's chest, that's a lot less stressful than this world of corporate and all the things that happen in the corporate world. So anybody's in the corporate world, they know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so
send me that information and we'll flash it.
It'll be on my website too. He's put my website up there a couple of different times, my email. If that's something that interests you and you want to be a part of it, there's, I'm the only Kyle Goodnight in the world spelled the way that I spell it. I put a K in the middle of my last name. Good Knight in Shining Armor, if you will. I also purchased Good Knight without the K just on my website, just so if anybody forgets to put the K in, they still get me. So it's there is one other Kyle Goodnight in the world that is spelled without the K, and I've met him and I've talked to him on Facebook a couple times through chat. But that was pretty interesting. But yeah.
All right, my friend. Well, you know what? Hey, everybody, just remember that QR code above Kyle's head. That is a place where you can go and you can donate right now to help people who go through something similar to what Kyle's going through.
we're going to be working with Kyle much more here in the near future, and be able to take and strengthen what he's got going on. And who knows, maybe next year he will be sitting in the same position as one of our benefactors next year. Kyle, I want to thank you very much. Please keep up the great work. I know that those 36-hour shifts have got to be a pain, but you know what? You're doing wonderful things.
Yep, it's my purpose. So, that's another reason why I need to package things properly. Is this is what I was put on this earth to do, and I learned that back when I saved my mother's life back in 2000. So, that's when I figured it out.
Thank you. All the love in the world to you and your team.
Appreciate it.
And please take care of yourself and everyone around you. But thank you very much, Kyle, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Thanks.